the package manager. Then over here on the drop down menu, let's select the studio that I'm using. You can use Rider or VS Code or whatever you want. So let's see my setup for Visual Studio. But first, let's actually set up something over here in Unity. So let's go up top into Window, and then let's open up the Package Manager. Then over here on the drop-down menu, let's select the packages and select the ones from the Unity registry. Then let's scroll down to find the Visual Studio Editor package. So here it is, this one. This package basically handles the integration with Visual Studio, so you can use the debugger and a bunch of things. Alternatively, there's also a package over here for Visual Studio Code, and there's also one over here for JetBrains Rider. So if you're using a different IDE, go ahead and install the package. For me, I'm going to install the Visual Studio one, so this one. Just go ahead and install. Okay, it's done. So next, let's go up into Edit and let's open up the Preferences. Then over here, let's go down into External Tools, and on the External Script Editor, make sure you select the one you're using. So again, for me, I'm using Visual Studio 22. And also over here, you've got a bunch of extra options. Now, if you want to play around with reading the source code for the various Unity packages, absolutely have to use the same code ID there. And then let's open up something over here in Unity. So let's go up. Up top into Window, and then let's open up the Package Manager. Then over here on the drop-down menu, let's select the packages and select the ones from the Unity registry. Then let's scroll down. Up into Window, and then let's open up the Package Manager. Then over here on the drop-down menu, let's select the package. Packages and select the ones from bunch of things. I'll take Writer. So if you're using it, just go ahead and install. Go ahead and install the package. For me, I'm going to install the Visual Studio one, so this one. Just go ahead and install. Okay, it's install the package. For me, I'm going to here for JetBrains Writer. So if you're using a different IDE, go ahead and install the package. For me, external tools, and on the external script editor, make up the preferences. Then over here, let's go down into external tools, and on the external script editor, make sure you select the one you're using. So again, for me, I'm using Visual Studio 22. And also over here, you've got a bunch of extra options. Now, if you want to play around with reading the source code for the various Unity packages, then you can tick all these boxes. But in our case, for this simple game, we don't need that. So go ahead and leave everything just like this with defaults. Okay, so with this setup, now we can go over here into assets and open up the C# project. And this should open up Visual Studio. This setup, simple game, we don't need that, so go ahead and leave everything just like this with defaults. Okay, so with this setup, now we can go over here into assets and open up the C# project, and this should open up Visual Studio. And alright, so here it is. Now for some more settings inside of here. In my Visual Studio, I have a really nice extension that adds a bit more colors to my code, which makes it easier to read and write. So up top, let's go into the extensions menu and manage extensions. And the important one that I've installed is this one, VS4. If you want, you can go into the online tab and over here search for it. And yep, it does show up in here. Then for the settings on that extension, let's go up here into tools and let's open up the option here on VS4. Alright, so go over here into assets and open up the C# project, and this should open up Visual Studio. And alright, so here it is. Now for some more settings inside of here. In my Visual Studio, I have a really nice extension that adds a bit more colors to my code, which makes it easier to read and write. So up top, let's go into the extensions menu and manage extensions. And the important
Oh, I see that one. Did you check here? Huh? Did you check here? I check him. Yeah. Did you see?
one that I've installed is this one, VS4. If you want, you can go into the online tab and over here search for it. And yep, it does show up in here. Then for
At least it's not like you
My shit,
been
ja,
blazing the.
yeah, first and those haven't been.
Because with the lock that all there, we don't need to sit there.
For the settings on that extension, let's go up here into Tools and let's open up the Options. Then over here. Hello and welcome, I'm your Code Monkey. Setup. Let's make sure the free version, or whatever you want. So let's go up top into Window, and then let's open up like the one here, bunch here for and also leave up more to my tab, and over here search tools, and let's open up the options. Then over here, and for if you want, you can go into the online tab, and over here tools, and let's open up the options. Then over here, let's scroll down and find VS4. Yep, this one.
Because I know Fragapagi pickling. Alle Flugpickeln, I know. Hallo. Is waar? imali mfondini gokwe ihliziyo abayiluncedo igokwe mfondini consulting clean yinona ndiyiconsulta kuyo majita axelela ayonto kaba mfondini ungayicingi uba kuzokho umdlito ozobuza leweyini ezi-questions ezinzima and yabo ingazuthethisa if khayipostwe kwi-intanethi awalebana yona iyayipowusta leweyini bayabuza abantu le nto kuthiwa le into yespoti zange ifike phana
one, and here are all the settings, and expand this and a bunch more settings. Now for me, I think these are only defaults. I don't remember if I changed anything. The important one is over here, the rainbow braces. So these have a bunch of colors which make it a bit easier to read the code. So let's create a simple script just to see this. So back in Unity, let's go into the project window, let's click the plus icon, and let's create a brand new C# script. Let's call it just test. Now for me, I think these are only defaults. I don't remember if I changed anything. The important Then over here, let's scroll down and find VS4. Yep.
On October 21, 2024, Atlanta police spotted a 2023 Hummer EV running a stop sign. After running the tag, they discovered the driver had a suspended license, and the vehicle was registered to comedian and influencer Drew Disboards, known professionally as Drewski.
Run these stop signs, sir.
Good.
After about 2 minutes, the officer made it clear he was pulling the vehicle over. Once he activated his lights and sirens, Drewski's vehicle complied and pulled over shortly after.
I just feel like I've pulled this vehicle over before.
Good.
I'm at 72 6090 OIV on a white in color Hummer EV. It's a pickup truck. Good morning, sir. How you doing? So I'm Officer William with the Atlanta Police Department. I pulled you over because you rolled through that stop sign right there at Ivy and North Straff. Okay, now when I run the registration, it comes back suspended and no insurance. Have insurance for the vehicle? Can I see that? Can I get your driver's license, sir? It's a newer car. Gotcha. I don't know which one it is.
Got it.
Yeah. That's the vehicle stuff. Who you insured with?
I'm not sure. We're trying to hurry to the airport.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Who is my car insured by?
I have to look at the document.
I'm pulled over. I look, you need that document.
What?
I said I'm pulled over right now. I need that document.
So you're pulled over by a police officer?
Yeah.
Your place. Good morning.
PMD offers comprehensive car insurance that you can trust from as little as $600.
All right, sir. Can I get you to step out the car for me?
All right, I'll call you though.
Just turn it off for me. Yep. All right.
All right,
It's big. You good right there? But
You think they're gonna have me in here all day?
no, sir. Yeah, I'll be out no later.
Hey man, real quick, with the new constitutional carry laws in the state, are there any firearms in the vehicle?
It's March 3rd, 2023, and Officer Sprague has his spidey sense through the roof on what should be a routine traffic stop.
I thought it was just me who noticed that Addison Rae is not talked about as much as she used to. Yeah, she's not getting as many brand deals and ads as before. I guess it goes without saying that Addison's brand has been declining at an extremely horrifying speed.
Addison Rae Easterling. How did we get from literally the TikTok dancer, the hydrated...
Hi.
Hydrated.
Hold on, let me just finish this TikTok.
Can I take a picture with you? Oh yeah, of course. Let me do this TikTok really quick. Yeah.
About liking things organized, okay?
Imagine you work as a recruiter from 9 to 5. You're quiet and reserved, you that population. Isn't that crazy? Well, that's pretty much the story of Bunny Blue, the OnlyFans creator who built a family business around booking schoolies and barely legals and just got her visa to Australia cancelled. Since then, Bunny Blue has been going around podcasts explaining why what she's doing is perfectly legal and fine. I mean, it's true that Bunny Blue is actually more professional than most pitch providers. She says she asks participants
Disturbed Karen loses her mind when banned from Hobby Lobby.
On
Disturbed Karen loses her mind when banned from Hobby Lobby.
On February 20th, 2024, officers responded to a Hobby Lobby for a call of a disorderly customer.
Not a big Hobby Lobby fan, I'll be honest with you. Why are we going through the void here?
Hi, what's going on? I have the rights to complain.
The greatest strength and weakness of French high culture in the last few centuries has been the close connection between philosophy and poetry. Henri Bergson, who won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1927, was one of the great exemplars of this connection between philosophy and poetry in French culture and in high cultural thought. He was a great kind of prose poet who simultaneously generated philosophical ideas that don't form a system, and at the same time produces a critique, a set of questions about the contemporary status of knowledge and culture, which demand answers. If he's not perhaps the one to necessarily answer all the questions that he generates, he does generate important questions. What he thought he discerned in nature and in the world around us is something called élan vital. which we might describe as the life force, something that is the opposite of mere matter, a thing that has a creativity, dynamism, if not direction, at least motion. It is not static but dynamic, and it is the essence of all living things. It is a sort of anti-reductive or anti-naturalistic reading of Darwin. The idea being that organic nature develops, but there is something being expressed in the process of organic nature which is not merely reducible to physiochemical elements. We might think of the Elan Vital as sort of the inverse of entropy. Instead of moving towards greater and greater simplicity and greater to greater lack of energy, Elan Vital is the driving force behind all of organic evolution, which moves us towards greater complexity, towards a greater domain of activity rather than a smaller domain of activity. So Elan Vital is a sort of skeleton key, a sort of linking thread between all human and non-human animate activities. And the Elan Vital is the domain which is contrasted to mere dead, brute animal nature. So, like so many in the French intellectual tradition, Bergson is a dualist. And there are dualisms, particularly Cartesian holdovers, that run all through his philosophy. And the distinction between matter and Elan Vital, or Elan Vital may take the place of spirit. Matter and spirit is the big breakthrough, or the big distinction in Bergson's work. Now, he tried to distinguish our scientific or objective or analytic knowledge of the external world from another kind of knowledge, and another domain of reference, our knowledge of our immediate experiences. Bergson is primarily concerned with the interiority of the self, with the direct apprehension of the external world prior to the point where we impose concepts, ideas, mathematical or scientific formulae on the world. In some ways, he's looking at he's trying to remove the cellophane of conceptual interpretation that we impose on the world and that we think constitutes the world itself, and look back at the Urstoff, the substance of phenomenological experience, of immediate personal apprehension. Now, the problem that Bergson is going to characteristically run into is that it's very hard to create literal speech about the interiority, about the things that are not publicly accessible, but only accessible or only facts of individual personal experience. He's going to have a hard time making the jump from these internal, subjective facts of interiority and subjectivity towards the external world. And what he will do in the process of trying to make references to interiority, to subjectivity, and to the content of experience, he will give us metaphors, images, analogies, anything but literal speech. On the one hand, we might say that that's the great defect of this sort of a project. It doesn't lend itself to literal speech, and it leaves us uncertain as to what exactly he's referring to. On the other hand, if you wish to give more, or to take more seriously this project of prose poetry, since after all we do it with figures like Nietzsche, perhaps there's something to be learned by these metaphors and images and poetic references which can gesture at some other way of thinking about knowledge and human. Uncertain as to what exactly he's referring to. On the other hand, if you wish to give more, or to take more seriously this project of prose poetry, since after all we do it with figures like Nietzsche, perhaps there's something to be learned by these metaphors and images and poetic references which can gesture at some other way of thinking about knowledge and human experience, which will serve to inform and alter our understanding of the external world. Now, Bergson produced a wide variety of books over 30 years, and 3 or 4 of them stand out as being extremely influential. The first of his books that got a great deal of attention was published in 1903. It was called The Introduction of Metaphysics. And I remember in particular, this had a great influence on me when I was in college. It's not the kind of thing that one usually gets assigned, and I wasn't assigned it at the time. I was just reading it for my own pleasure, and I remember being struck by a remarkable phrase, and to this day it's stuck with me. The idea that he proposes in this Introduction of Metaphysics is the following: metaphysics is the science which claims to dispense with symbols. Now, I remember at the age of 20 or 21 having no idea what that could possibly mean. A little bit older, hopefully a little wiser. I have some idea of what it might mean, having gone back and read Bergson and made a certain degree of sense out of it. But Bergson has a great gift for formulating kind of enigmatic, paradoxical, peculiar thoughts in a very poetic and attractive way. So Bergson sort of straddles the line between poetry and philosophy, like so many of the great figures in French high culture. And that's something to be borne in mind whenever we go back reading him. Don't ask for more precision, logical or linguistic, than this sort of intellect can possibly offer you. A second important work of his is called Creative Evolution, which is a sort of interpretation of the process of Darwinian evolution in a non-mechanistic, non-naturalistic way. What makes evolution creative is the fact that it contains élan vital, this anti-mechanical, anti-naturalistic, anti-entropic force, which means that if evolution doesn't have a purpose, it at least has dynamism, motion. It's not quite as mechanical and blind and unseeing as Darwin would have suggested. Two other books that are worth noting. He wrote a book on laughter, which is arguably the best philosophical treatment of comedy ever written. And that in some ways suggests the richness and depth of this of Bergson's outlook. There are very few people who concern themselves with such a wide variety of topics as Bergson did. And those of you who have ever seriously thought about the problem of comedy, I will agree with me that it is a particularly difficult genre to write about. It is particularly resistant to facile generalizations, and especially because we don't have Aristotle's foundational work on comedy. All we have is the part of the Poetics that refers to tragedy. We don't have much of a classical connection with the theory of comedy, so Bergson's contribution along those lines is that much more important. I think it's the best book ever written on comedy. And fortunately for us, it was written in the 20th century, so it can take in things like Charlie Chaplin, as well as things like Aristophanes. So that is something we want to get to, and I will cover that towards the end of my lecture. But the final, or the most important of his great books, is called Two Sources of Morality and Religion. And here he's trying to distinguish the intuitive as opposed to the analytical approach to religion and morals. One leads to dead, stultifying, static morality and religion. The other leads towards something else, which he describes as open and creative, which is, of course, for Bergson, his way of saying that he really likes something. Anything that's open and creative, for a thinker like Bergson, that means that it's a very praiseworthy sort of endeavor. So open religion, creative morality, that's the kind of thing Bergson will approve of. And he will try and give us reasons, or if not reasons, maybe metaphors or images, which, if they do not persuade us, should at least give us a suggestion that we might want to inquire into these domains. I don't know that logical persuasion is a strong point, but the strong point of poetic images may be that they do both more and less than logical persuasion. This is what Bergson is good for. Now, think about some of the influences when we read Bergson. It'll help make a better sense of context for you, and it'll be easy to figure out what Bergson is all about. In the first case, you could say that Bergson's work is homage to Heraclitus. All right, he was the pre-Socratic philosopher that liked change and becoming, said that all is flux. Well, Bergson is someone who's interested not in the static but in the dynamic, not in the fixed but in the changeable. And in some respects, his whole philosophy is homage to becoming. Plotinus, the founder of Neoplatonism, the thinker who created a sort of gooey melange between Christianity and the more mystical elements in Platonism, Bergson has often been compared to Plotinus because of the fact that he has the same tendency to move from unclarity off into myth itself, and to bring together various kind of eclectic intellectual elements which he rounds together or brings together, not on the basis of some logical coherence, but rather because they serve a certain function, they give a certain wholeness to his outlook on the world. So in the same sense that Plotinus is often described as a mystic with great respect for reasoning, I think that Bergson has something along those lines. Bergson, not surprisingly, has great respect for mysticism. Another source would be Descartes, because of the foundational certainty of the self. The self is the starting point for many of the great French philosophies. It'll certainly be the case for Descartes, but we're
I tell you, my whole life, all I know was rejection. When I was a kid, my yo-yo, it never came back. When I was a kid, I was poor, too. When I was a kid, everybody was poor. No rich kids, only poor kids, that's all. But I was poor. I was so poor, my rich aunt died in a will. I owed her $20. I was poor. Oh, once on my birthday, my old man, he showed me a picture of a cake. I sat there all day trying to blow out the candles. Now, with kids today, it's different. They got it too good. They don't appreciate it either. It was my boy's birthday last week. Had a little party, without the cake. The kid blew out all the candles. I said to him, I hope your wish comes true. He said, if it does, that's the last time you'll watch me blow out candles. I tell you, my whole life, all I know.
I played around a bit with online courses on Udemy and YouTube. Could never really get into it a lot of time.
They are so washed. That's how you know. CENTCOM is using random women in the Netherlands for their targeting, okay? And the CIA is putting out garbanzo, just absolute slop. Who is this supposed to work on? I'm an American, and I feel like this closely resembles the American experience more than it does the Chinese one. You guys said? Oh, the CIA also released a video about China. You know how the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs keeps like posting AI slob about America? CIA tried to do his own version of that.
这种晚宴，最晚到的人总是会成为众人议论的话。
What the f? They didn't even put an English. Bro, you didn't put English subtitles on this? How am I supposed to make up
我
what
不
you're
是一
saying?
个胆小怕事的人，但我慢慢地感觉到人群中的窃窃私
Is that Anthony Blinken?
语。我向来规则办事，谨慎交友，活得光明磊落，从不会
Oh,
为
it's
了
Chinese
权势
Anthony Blinken.
地位不择手段。在党内，我一边往上升，一边看着比我职位高的人一个个被弃如敝履。但现在我意识到，我的命运与他们同样的。
CIA recruitment video targeting Chinese people in China with English subtitles. Funny thing is that it shows a guy living a decent life with a nice car, a nice apartment, and family, while all the problems he describes fit USA to a T.
俗话说，
As the
入
saying
梦人
goes,
生
it's a pity that I'm dreaming for others.
可惜，我是为他人之梦。这
In
场
this
梦中
dream, I，
我
can't
无法决
decide
定
the
结局
ending.，
我的命
My life is
都
controlled
由
by
他人
others.
掌控。这辈子
I've been
努力耕
working hard
耘，
all my life.
最终
In
都是
the
他人
end,
做
it's
主。
all done by others.
照理来说，
Logically speaking, if you
中规
work
中
hard,
矩，努力低头做事，
you'll
应
have
该
a
换
better
来美
life.
好人生。但怎
But
么
why only a few
总只有
people
少数人能得
can
到这
get
种
this
美好
kind？of happiness?
当真相摆在
How
面
long
前
can I
时，
pretend
我还能装多久？
that the truth is in front of me? Wait, how long can I pretend?
当真相摆在面前时
That，came up
我
too
还能装多
fast.
久？
That when the truth is right in front of me.
这种例行的自我
This
检
kind
讨
of routine self-criticism only makes people look absurd.
看得荒谬。众所皆
The
知的秘
secret
密
that
是，
everyone knows is
领
that
导们
leaders
口口
always
声声
say
说要让
they
人
want
民
people
过
to
上
live a
好
good。life. Dude, I need to say something here, okay? Xi Jinping was sent to the fucking countryside. Okay? That's it. That's all you need to know. That was sent to the goddamn countryside. Look at Donald Trump. Look at Xi Jinping. Look at his lived experience. Look at Donald Trump's lived experience. That's it. Behavior. Why would they wait? Oh my God.
就是希望能求得一个岗位，
and live a good
踏踏实实地
life.
过下去。如今
Now,
这样平凡的人生
this
目
kind
标
of ordinary life
遥不
goal
可
is
及
just
了。
out of reach. Wait. Oh my God. Carl Jha wasn't wrong. This literally feels like the CIA is talking to Americans. I feel like if you showed this video to Americans with the subtitles, they'd be like, wait a minute. That unironically describes my life. Should I be And the CIA is putting...
这要求并不
Hey, it's the China. Every time they're like, yeah, dude, wealth distribution has not happened. And it's always like, this is a sentiment that is always brought forth by people who don't believe in what you believe. Okay? Yeah, go talk to a Chinese person living in China that is over the age of 50, okay? And ask them how much their life has improved. There is not a single example in the United States of America that you can point to over the course of the past multiple decades. Even with all of the complications that still exist in China that deserve reform, they will sweet. What are you talking about? And a big part of that reason is because of the even distribution of resources. Resources being distributed by need. The fact that they have central planning. Everyone in my family that stayed in China has bigger house than us, that moved here for a better life. I hate this LMFAO. Oh. And I've mentioned this before, but like in China, the government controls capital, okay? It's that simple. The government controls capital. In America, capital controls the government. That's it. That's the major difference. There is no equivalence between the two because you'll say, oh, well, the CCP has billionaires. Okay, yeah, they do. They have billionaires in the party. Socialism, but they have billionaires. Okay, look what happened to Jack Ma. There is no equivalence. Can you imagine a world where Elon Musk is running his stupid ass mouth and the American government goes, okay, time for expropriation, comrade. Get to the salt mines. I wouldn't recommend you spy for the U.S. against China. Oh, yeah, this was a big deal under the Trump administration. Yes. An honor guard outside the Great Hall of the people in Beijing last month. The Chinese government imprisoned at least 18 to 20 CIA sources from 2010 throughout 2012. Chinese government systematically dismantled the CIA spying operations in the country starting in 2010, imprisoning more than a dozen or so sources over years and crippling intelligence gathering there for years afterwards. While also simultaneously, they penetrated our telecommunications infrastructure, by the way. They penetrated our telecommunications infrastructure and basically were listening in to every conversation they wanted to figure out whether or not they were their spies were about to be outed. Also reporting from the New York Times. To be fair, it wasn't really penetration when nothing was encrypted. Yes, it's because our telecommunications infrastructure still has like nodes from the 50s and
You can pump it as long as we say, today we stand here, we all care for humanity, good people, and we stand with Israel and all good people. So God bless America, God bless Israel, and we stand united for all good humanity. Amen.
I'm gonna keep it $150, brother. You are doing damage to your cause, okay, when you do stuff like this. How do you not recognize that when you do this stuff, you're just like coming across as a clown? They didn't agree to it. You don't know who walked away immediately when he started saying,
Thank you guys. Round of applause.
Hold on, did he just set us up? What the f? I don't even know what he said. Nah, man. Free Palestine, bro. Free
my goat. That's right.
I just got set up, man. I thought
that's right.
Said picture, bro.
That's right. Nephew's all right.
I'm really nervous. So it's for me, it's a both and. It's confidence, and I'm also terrified. I think of myself as a warrior, but I'm also vulnerable. It's good for me to check in with myself and how I'm feeling physically. Like right now, for example, as I acknowledged, I am feeling some nervousness, some anxiousness, a desire to please, some pressure to be perfect, some pressure to speak beautifully. And that's okay, because I'm constantly, moment by moment, reminding myself that none of that is necessary. I'm really nervous. So it
Do you know why I'm making this breathing noise?
Why?
Because you made me have my coat on. And
It's cold.
yeah, you made me carry my bag. It's got a water bottle. It's got an apple. Do you understand how much kilos they weigh?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like a backpack in a backpack. Well, school is hard work, you know. So?
You've got to walk to school?
Well, if I've got to, I've got to. If I can't, I can't. It's just so long and I can't be bothered to be walking like this because can you see?
Your cheeks have gone all red.
I know, because I've got this bag on me. And
It's only got an apple in it, Sienna.
it's got my water bottle in as well. You know, it's 2 kilos.
Architecture overview, and this is the full overview of the malware analysis module as we have it here. So we'll be going through x86 architecture overview, x86 assembly crash course, Windows internals, dissecting PE headers, basic static analysis, malbuster, advanced static analysis, basic dynamic analysis, and then dynamic analysis debugging, anti-reverse engineering, and finally
and the microcontrollers. And today we are in the session Introduction to Microprocessors. So without any further ado, let's get to learning. Coming to the topics that we are going to cover in this particular session, at first we will be briefly introduced to microprocessors. Thereafter,
We're we're both supposed to, you know.
That's too loud, Daddy.
I know. Hold on one second, okay?
Be quiet.
Well, and obviously he did that for his.
I feel like you needed to do a little bit extra offense.
We're.
Run. Run.
Gallium nitride, or GaN, has been doing the rounds in recent years, especially when it comes to consumer electronics like phone and laptop chargers, and it may seem like just a bit of a buzzword, but it's a whole lot more than that. GaN is a semiconductor material just like silicon, and it has some special properties that give it a significant edge over silicon in certain applications. But how does changing the material that a single component is made out of allow every other component in a power supply to get smaller? Let's go through them one at a time to find out. First off, I strongly recommend that you watch my previous video on switch mode power supplies, if you haven't already, as that goes over the purpose of all the components we're going to be looking at today, and I won't be repeating much from that video. Now let's start by taking a quick look at both power supplies to see what stuff jumps out. We can immediately see that both power supplies have an open frame form factor, meaning they're not in any sort of enclosure. Of course, this form factor is only really available for industrial power supplies like these, because if phone chargers were like this, people would probably die. Despite appearances, both of these power supplies are actually this. People would probably die. Industrial power supplies like these, because if phone chargers were like this, people would probably die. Despite appearances, both of these power supplies are actually very similar electrically, with only a few small differences that we'll get into as we go through the components. The most obvious difference between the two power supplies is the size, with the gallium nitride power supply about a third of the volume of the silicon power supply, and the difference in weight is about the same. Now I'm sure there's quite a few of you screaming at your screens right now saying, "What's the point of this video? I already know it's just to do with switching frequency." And indeed that is by far the biggest contributor to the difference between these two power supplies. But things aren't as simple as just doubling your switching frequency and halving the size of your power supply. There's a lot more to consider, and that's what we'll be getting into shortly. Both of these power supplies are rated for about 50 watts, to keep the comparison as fair as possible. One major contributor to the difference in weight and volume is the fact that the silicon power supply has two large heat sinks. While the GaN power supply does have this little shield thing, this is more here for blocking EMI, and its contributions to thermal performance are fairly minimal. Of course, the absence of any heat sinks on the GaN power supply indicate that it must have much lower losses than the silicon supply, and indeed it has a much higher efficiency. So, speaking of efficiency and losses, let's not just take the manufacturer's word for it, let's test it ourselves. So here's my setup for measuring the efficiency of these power supplies. You can see here I've got this not at all overkill Zimmer power analyzer for measuring mains input and DC output power of our power supply. And then I've also got this Kikasui electronic load, which we can use to vary the amount of power our supply is having to, well, supply. Big thanks to Telonic for kindly providing these, and some other equipment used in this video. You may have noticed there's quite a few wires connected to the power supply. This is because to get good efficiency measurements, we need Kelvin voltage sense connections, which means we're measuring the voltage directly at the input and output, so that any voltage drop across the cables going to the load and from the supply don't skew the measurements. Our main supply comes from this socket, into which we insert this plug. Our power supply is now connected to the mains, which we can see when we look at the screen of the power analyzer. We can see my main supply voltage is about 247 volts RMS, which is quite high. And even though the electronic load is turned off, this power supply is still drawing 1.2 watts. That means if I just had this power supply always plugged in but never actually supplying anything, it would cost me £4 or £5 a year in electricity usage. That's pretty shit. You can see this power analyzer also tells us some other stuff. We've got the power factor, which is derived from the real power divided by the apparent power. There's the reactive power, which is to do with that. And then we can even click on this to get even more numbers. But that's a bit too much for one video. Moving over to group 2, which is our output, we can see we've got an output voltage of just over 12 volts with no load. And we can also see that when I do turn on the load, this voltage drops quite significantly, showing that this power supply has quite poor regulation. And this is something we'll look at later on. But the main thing we want to measure with this power analyzer is efficiency, and we can get that by clicking on this button and then clicking a few more buttons. So you can see here we've got the efficiency, which is 0.85, that means 85%, and the losses about 8.5 watts. These vary as I change the load, so right now I'm drawing 4 amps. If I drop
Join Discovery Insure and get car insurance with no excess for theft or weather claims. 30 days car hire.
Gears are mechanical components used to transmit power and motion. Is used to machine gears may also be used to contact with a reciprocating cutter. Non-involute shapes. Once the rack cutter finishes a pass, the cutter is disengaged and returns to a starting point to begin cutting again. When shaping with a single-point cutter, the cutter reciprocates, making successively deeper cuts until a predetermined depth is reached. Gear shapers are used to make internal gears, shoulder gears, and many other gear types that cannot be produced with hobbers. Shapers can also produce non-involute shapes, such as a cam and gear on the same shaft. Gear form cutting typically involves the use of formed tooth cutters that have the desired gear shape or profile. The primary gear form
What's the difference between kW and kVA in electrical systems? So last weekend, I was fortunate enough to go to a Formula E race. ABB flew me out and I got to see electric race cars. So there's a NASCAR version that they've put together as a prototype, as an all-electric race car, and then there's a Formula E, Formula One kind of a car as well. And while I was there, I was seeing all of these chargers that they built for these race cars, and they're huge, like megalithic chargers, just to charge these things for a race. So when I looked at the ratings, though, they kept talking about everything in kVA, and when I started thinking about the batteries for EVs, they're often rated in kW, and I was like, okay, this is a great video because there's a massive difference. So let's get into it. Have you ever wondered why a lot of equipment in electrical is rated in kW and some other stuff is rated in kVA? Like if you look at light bulbs, they're rated in watts. And if you look at transformers, they're rated in voltamps. And a lot of people think like a kW equals kVA because of the power formula, which we'll get to here in a second. But they're not the same thing. So while you could kind of think of them as the same thing, they're really not. And it's important to understand why not. A kilowatt means thousands of watts, kW. A watt specifically is a rate of something, meaning over time there's a certain amount of energy being transferred from a generator or an alternator or something like that is providing a certain amount of power. So there's a transfer of that energy per second, a transfer of a certain amount of joules per second. So if we say 100 watts, what we're actually saying is it's 100 of joules of energy transferred every single second. So a light bulb, 60 watt light bulb, means 60 joules of energy are being transferred from the supply through that device and are dissipating outward as light and heat. When we talk about a kilovolt amp, kVA, volt amp, just volts times amps is a volt amp, we're talking about thousands of volt amps. And it's not a rate this time, it is a fixed capacity. So when you talk about a VA, we're talking about how much fixed capacity does this system have to supply current flow, to supply a certain voltage, to be able to transfer energy to a load. So how much fixed capacity does this system have to supply current flow, to supply a certain voltage, to be able to transfer energy to a load. So a lot of times when you're talking about kVA, we're talking about the supply side, and we're talking about kW, we're talking about the actual load and what it's consuming. So storage capacity available and consumption, getting rid of, deleting. I mean, you can't delete energy. It can't be created or destroyed, but you can transfer it into some other useful type of thing, which is what electrical circuits do. Now, and we're talking about kW, we're talking about the actual load and what it's consuming. So storage capacity available and consumption, getting rid of, deleting. I mean, you can't delete energy. It can't be created or destroyed, but you can transfer it into some other useful type of thing, which is what electrical circuits do. Now, it is really important to consider that technically VA is a rate because volts times amps. Amps is a rate, right? So it's a rate of charge flow per second through a conductor. So technically you could still view kVA or VA as a rate, but it's just a rate of power that's being supplied or transferred from a source. We don't need to get that technical. For the sake of the video, I'm just considering it a fixed quantity. So where you're going to see what watts and voltamps, when they equal each other, it's usually when you're messing around with the power formula. You have this formula, P equals I times E, where P is power, I is current, and E is potential. When we examine this, what we're really saying is the measure of power is the watt, the measure of current is the ampere, and the measure of potential is the volt. And when we take an amp times a volt, E times I, we get a volt amp. Well, a volt amp then equals a watt. So a lot of people are like, well, kVA and kW, it's the same thing. Watts equals volt amps. That's only true in very, very specific, incredibly rare, nearly impossibly rare situations. And we'll break into that in a second. But this is kind of where people come up with this, like a watt and a VA is the same thing. KW and kVA is the same thing. It's not wrong.
In this video, we're going to just walk through a quick, simple diode calculation. I have two diodes here. I've got that diode there. I've got that diode there. I've got a bunch of resistors in here. We're going to see what happens with the current in here. We're going to see what happens with here. You'll notice that if my current, if we're using electron current flow, flows from negative to positive. So current is going to flow across this guy here because this is forward bias, which means that current wants to go through here more than it wants to go across the 30 ohm resistor. For all intents and purposes, we're just going to say all the current is flowing across the diode right now. There's going to be some there, but we're not going to get too into that. Don't worry about it. So we got current flowing across there. It's going to go across the 40 ohm resistor. Come along here. It's going to get blocked by that diode. So it's going to end up going across 20 ohms and 10 ohms and back to the positive. So if I wanted to add up to figure out what my current is going to be, I'm going to add 40 plus 20 is 60 plus 10 is 70. I'm ignoring this guy because basically this diode here acts like a jumper across the 30 ohm resistor. So I have 70 ohms of resistance that I'm dealing with to determine the current in this circuit. So now I'm going to figure out what my volt drop or my current in this circuit is. Now I have 48 volts here. You'll notice up here I've got 47.3. That's because we need to take into account that this diode here is going to have a 0.7 volt drop across it. And if you've watched the other videos on the PN junction diode, you'll see why that is. But in this case, if this is a silicon diode, I've got a 0.7 volt drop across here, so I have to take that into account. So therefore, I'm going to be dealing with 70 ohms across this is going to have the rest of the voltage. 47.3 volts divided by 70 ohms tells me that there's going to be 676 milliamps flowing through this circuit. Again, 48 minus 0.7 gives me 47.3. I have current flowing across 70 ohms of resistance. 47.3 divided by 70 gives me 676 milliamps. There we go. Now if I'm trying to determine the actual circuit total resistance, not just the 70, but taking this diode as well into account, I would do this. I would take the 48 volts of total circuit voltage and divide it by 676. Diode here acts like a jumper across the 30 ohm resistor. So I have 70 ohms of resistance that I'm dealing with to determine the current in this circuit. Ohms and 10 ohms. The diode right now, there's going to be some there, but we're not going to get too into that. Don't worry about it. So we got current flowing across there. It's going to go across the 40 ohm resistor. Come along here. It's going to get blocked by that diode. So it's going to end up going across 20 ohms and 10 ohms and back to the positive. So if I wanted to add up to figure out what my current is going to be, I'm going to add 40 plus 20 is 60 plus 10 is 70. I'm ignoring this guy because basically this diode here acts like a jumper across the 30 ohm resistor. So I have 70 ohms of resistance that I'm dealing with to determine the current in this circuit. So now I'm going to figure out what my volt drop or my current in this circuit is. Now I have 48 volts here. You'll notice up here I've got 47.3. That's because we need to take into account that this diode here is going to have a 0.7 volt drop across it. And if you've watched the other videos on the PN junction diode, you'll see why that is. But in this case, if this is a silicon diode, I've got a 0.7 volt drop across here, so I have to take that into account. So therefore, I'm going to be dealing with 70 ohms across this is going to have the rest of the voltage. 47.3 volts divided by 70 ohms tells me that there's going to be 600.
In this video, we're going to work on solving some diode circuit problems. So for each of these circuits, calculate the output voltage and the current flowing through the resistors. Now the first thing we need to determine is if the diode is on or in the off state. The silicon diode requires a voltage of about 0.7 volts to activate it. So there's enough energy in these batteries to turn on the silicon diode. Now for the circuit on the left, the current, which flows from the positive terminal to the negative terminal,
The local neighborhood is in an uproar over what some call an invasion. What are they talking about? A string of brand new large McMansions being built in their community. Residents say not only are smaller historic homes getting wiped out in the process, but they also tell five on your side and
Hey! Recently I was visiting family in Connecticut and I went for a walk with my brother. We were strolling around admiring the beautiful stately homes and of course choosing which ones that we would like to live in. Something that kept coming up, however, was the rather stark contrast between these historic or historically modeled builds and the newer McMansions. They stuck out like sore thumbs. We kept pointing them out as they appeared, and as we went on our promenade, I realized that they had similar qualities, which after much research, I now realize has a lot to do with generally a lack of architectural integrity and cohesive design. Despite being rather enormous in size, they all had this sort of cheap quality. We were sort of discussing that, and I started to think, like, what is a McMansion? What do they mean and where do they come from? So I'm a fashion historian, not a house historian. Side note, I've had to do that line so many times because I either keep saying, I'm a house, full stop, I'm a house, or alternatively, I'm a fascist. Bro, I'd rather be a house. What the fuck? Anyway, I did study art history. I do have a lot of appreciation for various art forms, including architecture and design, but I don't have advanced knowledge in that area. So I started researching McMansions, and it turns out that they're actually quite symbolic. Then I came across, of course, the McMansion Hell blog, which I'm now obsessed with. This bi-weekly blog is from the mind of Kate Wagner. Kate is an architecture critic who started McMansion Hell to break down exactly what I was curious about and to kind of provide this vocabulary to explain what is this thing and why don't we like it? It does so with an educational approach, which I appreciate, but it's all very snarky and honestly a lot of fun to read. So I kind of wanted to explore the McManchification, if you will, of suburbia, and I don't know what it all means. Ultimately, I'm asking, why do we love to hate McMansions so much? I mean, it's not just the fact that they look like a weird mishmash of every architectural style from various centuries, awkwardly thrown together with no rhyme or reason. It's also what they represent, both culturally and economically. McMansions really take shape in the context of suburbanization, predatory housing market practices, and late-stage capitalism. They try to symbolize the idea of wealth and status, but without actually being any of the things that they wish to emulate. They're devoid of timelessness, quality, or architectural coherence. They're sort of like if you took all the trappings of luxury and stuffed them into a house without considering what makes a home feel luxurious or built to last. Or, I don't know, like a home. And while the general disdain for McMansions is rather ubiquitous, I'd say, I have seen this recurring sentiment of, I don't care about historical accuracy or architectural integrity. If I had the money to buy a McMansion, I would buy one. And yeah, okay, that's your prerogative. That's your hypothetical house, and I can't take it from you. Just watch out for leaky roofs and black mold. Jokes aside, if I could kindly advise you to spend your theoretical money elsewhere, I would, and hopefully you'll see why. Okay, let's get some definitions going. McMansion is a pejorative term that emerged in the 1980s as suburban development exploded. It's a Mick word, which is derived from the restaurant with golden arches, naturally. It's basically a neologism meant to draw negative comparisons to fast food, implying qualities of cheapness, lack of authenticity, and mass production with minimal effort or craftsmanship. And oh yes, it does. Other names include Millennium Manor, coined by architectural historian Virginia Savage McAllister. I have also seen Garage Mahal. Unsure about that one. So what is a McMansion? This is where McMansion hell is really helpful. Kate Wagner has so masterfully broken down exactly what doth a McMansion make. So I'll be using a lot of their definitions and terminology. She also sort of curated this whole lexicon, you'll see. So McMansions are a housing typology defined more by their scale and construction methods than by any consistent architectural style, allowing for a wide range of ornamentation. Primarily built between 1980 and 2008, McMansions are big. Like really big. Size matters, but it does not always indicate quality, right? Typically standing between 3,000 and 10,000 square feet, they are well above the average home in the United States. For reference, in 2015, the average American home peaked at around 2,700 square feet, but they're shrinking. Today, the average new build is just below 2,400 square feet. McMansions are typically 2 stories or more, have 5 or more bedrooms, and 3 bathrooms. They are frequently way too big for the lots that they sit on. These massive structures on their comparatively tiny plots of land in their suburban cities just have a really strange and uncanny presence. And how are they built, you ask? Cheaply. McMansions are developed by contractors, not architects, crucially. The goal is to maximize profit. They are mass-produced, and McMansions are a classic case of prioritizing, you guessed it, quantity over quality. To achieve that, corners are cut using low-quality materials to make the house look expensive, but not actually be expensive. The illusion of wealth is the goal here, and it might trick the average person who doesn't know too much about architecture and design. Common materials include stucco board, manufactured stone veneer, styrofoam crown molding, and vinyl siding. These materials don't hold up in the face of time or elements, and McMansions depreciate at a concerningly fast rate.
This is a house that has got water damage. And the balconies don't lead anywhere. You can't actually go out, open those doors. You will fall into your yard.
And the design is a whole other time or elements, and McMansions depreciate at a concerningly fast rate.
This is a house that has got water damage, and the balconies don't lead anywhere. You can't actually go out, open those doors. You will fall into your yard.
And the design is a whole other mess. McMansions are a medley of architectural styles, too many styles really. The design goal here seems to be, why pick one when you can have them all? So you end up with this Frankenstein house that's got, I don't know, a little colonial, a little Mediterranean, maybe a dash of Gothic, and who knows, some Tudor for good measure. But this isn't eclectic. It's not embracing diverse styles while maintaining a cohesive look through unifying elements. It's just big, weird, clashing aesthetics. The thing about the exterior design is it's not only confusing, it's like an entire afterthought. As Kate Wagner says, mommy needed her cathedral ceilings in the master bathroom, hence awkwardly placed mismatched windows and concerning roof lines. Structural integrity or overall design cohesiveness just aren't that relevant. There's no care for craftsmanship, no thought put into long-term value, and no appreciation for the surrounding neighborhood.
Behind her house, she noticed new large homes, often called McMansions, were being built on small lots. The rain runoff has turned her driveway into a lake.
When it rains, it comes all the way over. No one can pull in the driveway and get out.
And not just into her yard, the water is also running beneath her home.
I'm draining 3 acres of land. Over time, whether my house will start cracking, whether it'll subduct, I don't know.
Overall, there's just this overwhelming sense of disorder. Jutting masses, asymmetry, too many materials, too many design elements. All of this combines into a chaotic visual that screams, "Don't I look expensive?" And it's like, no, I'm scared. What is even that? Kate Wagner calls it McMansionry and puts it perfectly, quote, a diabolical amount of wealth that must be communicated architecturally in the most frivolous way possible. They're absolutely right. McMansion Hell even makes the argument that the Neuschwanstein Castle, I don't know if I said that right, a grand real castle in Germany is essentially a McMansion. And I mean, just read the blog post, she's not wrong. While McMansions are, again, a housing typology and not an architectural style, there are plenty of well-defined exterior and interior commonalities. Like the entryways, McMansions want you to know that they are important, so they sometimes throw in these dramatic arched entryways that are usually like 2 stories tall. According to the McMansion Hell Dictionary, this thing is called the lawyer foyer. It's like a grandiose way of telling people, I've got money, so come on in and be impressed by it. Come on in, it's just a few steps up. Oh, what's another story? Okay, but now that you're inside, you're gonna have to go down the stairs to get to the foyer. Yeah, I know you just went upstairs to go downstairs, but look at what you're walking into. It's my column forest. Windows? Oh yeah, they're everywhere, but not in any kind of organized way. You've got dormers that are either way too short or too tall, and true to form, they often don't match the style or materials of the rest of the house at all, or each other. It's a mess. It's like me playing The Sims at age 13. Oh, and don't even get me started on the second story windows being bigger than the ones below them, or the shutters that, if closed, would never actually cover the window. They're just there for show, like the rest of the house. Now the roof. Oh, the roof. A McMansion's roofline can be described as confusing. You've got a variety of different roof shapes and slopes. You'll see multiple forms of roofing styles like terrace, shed, butterfly, or M-shape. It's like me playing The Sims when I was 13. Often the result of several bad choices, the roofs are overcomplicated for no reason and often culminate in what is known as the nub. What's the nub, you ask? It's basically
Well, today I'm on the roof again, and I can't remember how many times I've been on this roof, but you guys must have seen this video over here where I have fixed some roof leaks. So guys, as you all know that I hate reading. When you open the liter, but if you go down, there's a website over there that I used, and then I watched the how-to videos how to do this. So it's very easy. You just do it like normal, like you would normally paint something. So what I did was, firstly I brushed off the roof just to get rid of all the debris and all the dirt, and then you take a normal a paintbrush and you just dip it in. Once you dip it in, it comes out like gooey and sticky like this, and then you just apply it onto your roof, just like that. I hope you guys can see. Now this is very thick, so they say you can spray it on using how you need it. So exactly how it looks like when I'm done. It's wet right now, so it's quite labor intensive. Cost, there is no sun, what you call it, your claim, but once they see it looking like this, they'll know that you are actually maintaining your house and your roof, and then they will pay out when it's due. If you get somebody that's 7 meters that way. So I'm on the roof, guys, and I am here because I want to respond to a question that was left on one of my videos. I will leave that question over here. You guys can see this video is actually, or do you now have roof leaks? So let me respond to that question. We'll discuss everything, all these things that you see laying around. It's this tree over here. In the winter it throws down if I can find there you go, it throws down this. I like that I didn't do or put a thick coat, because right over here you can actually see how it's coming off. So I didn't put a thick enough coat, and I did not seal it properly over here. So I'm thinking because this where this is where the water leaked last night. This is the best place that I can think of. So some places, like, you can actually see how the rubber is coming off. So in a nutshell, yes, the roof has been holding up for 2 years, but my layer, this is according to me, my layer was just too thin, and now after 2 years it's leaking again. So I'm gonna have to clean out all of this. I'm gonna have to sweep all of this flowers, and I'm gonna have to coat it again. The last time I did the video, when I coated it, I was supposed to seal the rest of the roof. I just did not get to that. What I did do was I sealed in places where I thought would need sealing. Well, today I'm on the roof again.
Some of the most anticipated blockbusters of 2025 mostly shot overseas. In many cases, production budget cut 5 mostly shot overseas. In many blockbusters of 2025 mostly shot overseas. In many cases, production budget cuts, multiple strikes domestically, and what some describe as a California tax incentive that's no longer competitive, taking Hollywood elsewhere.
I have seen people make comparisons of Los Angeles to Detroit prior to the plight of the auto industry, and I have heard people say that we are in an existential moment.
Film LA, an organization tracking the decline, found that 2024 was the worst year for the industry in Los Angeles, only second to 2020 during the pandemic.
So far, year to date this year,
found that
An existential
2024 was the worst.
0.4% decline in on-location filming for the first quarter of this year.
Many films, TV shows, commercials, not only going overseas, but also shot in states like Georgia, Texas, or Tennessee instead of California.
Everywhere I go, it feels like a ghost town. And what's happening is there are the days where we'd work, 5 days a week have become 3 days a week, have become 2 days a week, have become 1 day every 2 weeks.
Thousands of supporting roles impacted too.
How's work been over the last year?
It's not been good. For the past 18 months, I've worked 3 months.
Shooting, editing, hair and makeup, costumes, the list is long. And while some can travel with production, others based here can't, including Wes Bailey's studio services company, Surreal.
Had to lay people off, had to downsize everywhere. People are doing 2 and 3 jobs, having to try and just to try and keep us, solvent.
Business, he says, is down about 40% over the last 2 years.
The vast majority of our industry is a blue collar and middle class labor force. It's a lot of really good jobs that have benefits when we have the work here. These are not people that can just, jet off to anywhere.
To try to get the jobs back to LA, Governor Gavin Newsom proposed a $750 million a year tax credit program. And 2 companion bills making their way through the California legislature also hoping to increase the state's tax credit program. If passed, experts say it may work.
It's all about the money in terms of this, because that is what drives the production costs up. If you have to shoot somewhere else other than LA to keep your profitability up and your costs down.
There's hope that Hollywood won't be a sequel of America's Rust Belt.
I do see us pulling together and seeing us as Angelenos. We have to pull together and draw this work here.
But right now, fears of a flop hitting Tinseltown.
Wow, that's
This could be the world's cleanest ships that are always getting smaller. Peak time for water and power usage.
This is Berea, Johannesburg, October 2024. The gentleman you see seated here, he's working security, but this could be any one of us sitting out on our front porch, at 12:40 in the morning. Berea is an inner city neighborhood of Johannesburg in South Africa. According to one source, crime in Johannesburg is a serious concern because it's ranked as one of the most dangerous cities in South Africa. Well, Berea, it's a neighborhood. It's one of several neighborhoods within Johannesburg that has an overall higher crime rate. Bad guy basic fundamentals, they're the same, whether we're talking about Johannesburg, South Africa, or Houston, Texas in the United States. The problem in this example is 2 approaching wolves with very wicked intentions. How will he perform? How did he stack the odds in his favor, or how were the odds stacked against him? I'm going to point out some of these fundamentals for you to consider so that if and when your day to protect yourself or your family comes, you perform at your best. Hey guys, retired Lieutenant Todd Heaton here with Camilla Holden and his for you. Side of the camera view outside of the vehicle pulled over and it waited for them to do their thing. So this vehicle is just sitting outside of the camera view to the right. sitting there idling with the headlights on, occupied by at least one other member of their crew. The first wolf, he's looking at his phone, so that might make the security guard think, oh, they're probably lost, just in need of some hand. I'll fast forward to the end. You can see the glow of the cell phone that this first bad guy is holding in his right hand in front of me. So if I have to start shooting at one of these two guys, I want the whole robbery crew out in front of me. I don't want anybody behind me. Changed for the worse, but he's just going to get overwhelmed with the surprise of everything. There's still hesitation. You see he's got the gun in his hand, but he's not even turning to face the guy at this point. We see the first shot fired. Then we see the second shot fired. Then we see the third shot fired. Then bad guys, they do what they do. Bad guys don't stand around waiting for applause or waiting for the police to show up. Once the shooting subsides, they just grab whatever they can get. Probably this guy's gun, maybe his wallet, and they leave. They understand that once the shooting begins, there's a short clock ticking, and that clock has to do with the police response. No reason to go to prison if you don't have to, right? I wish I could give you good news here, but the bad news is the security guard was shot and he didn't make it. But there's a lot of lessons here. So learn from this so that his tragic passing is not lost in vain.
Tonight, a Houston family is mourning the death of their daughter. Police say that Ashley Long died at the hands of a random gunman in downtown Dallas, all over touching a Mercedes. Amelia McGavro hearing from the family, hoping that their pain can create some change with the kind of violence in the city.
I feel dead inside. She was my everything.
It's been a little over a week since Mother Michelle Long and her family laid their daughter, 28-year-old Ashley Long, to rest. Never again getting to go on an adventure along the passenger side of a passing Mercedes as they were walking across the street. Investigators say that's when 34-year-old Kendrick Finch got out of the passenger side with a gun. The man Ashley was with pulled out his own gun from her purse. Police say Finch then shot Ashley and the man. The man survived, but Ashley unfortunately died in the hospital from multiple gunshot wounds.
It was heartbreaking. Nothing I could do. I was so far.
As Ashley's family now waits for video from Smash the Topic shows Finch turning himself in last Friday on murder charges. As Ashley's family now waits for justice, they still hold on to her memory, placing her picture at the spot where
I joined Zero to Mastery because I was increasingly frustrated with my computer science university.
Okay, we got an update to the whole iDub situation. Basically, if you didn't know, iDub
Drop the gun! You're gonna get shot!
Tonight, newly released footage showing the heart-pounding standoff between Los Angeles police.
It's the police! Drop the gun!
And Julian Schreiner, a best-selling author and wife of Weezer bassist Scott Schreiner.
Is there another entryway? guys have lace.
If you drive past a dealership lot right now, it'll be completely full. Even their overflow lot is going to be completely full. They are filled with overpriced inventory that they simply can't sell. Even with a little discount from the manufacturer, a little rebate, and a little dealer discount, it's not enough. People are saying, I need more discounts. I need 20, 30.
It's 2017 Land Rover Range Rover with a 2-liter. I'm doing timing chains and stuff on it, but pop the valve cover off and she looks kind of nasty.
Okay, what are we looking at? 10,000 mile oil services. We have the Carfax report saying that they've done their oil service every 9,000 to 10,000 miles, and that's a lot of sludge built up. This is one of the reasons why we don't prescribe to the 9,000 to 10,000 miles. We don't know what kind of oil they use. We think they've been going to the dealer, but yeah, we're pretty sure they've been going to the dealer, but maybe not. But I guarantee you they haven't gone 10,000 miles between oil services on conventional motor oil. So they've been putting a synthetic in here. They've had to have.
There's only 87,000 miles on the car.
87,000 miles on this car. And it looks like this. Looks like that. Yeah, okay. Time to shorten up the intervals, I think. I'm thinking we're going to go 5. I really do. It's just so many oil consumption issues and issues like this and issues with BVTs and, you know, they're getting a little bit of debris, a little speck of debris. And I mean, this is massive.
It's 2017 Land Rover Range Rover with a 2-liter. I'm doing timing chains and stuff on it, but pop the valve cover off and she looks kind of nasty.
Okay, what are we looking at? 10,000 mile oil services. We have the Carfax report saying that they've done their oil service every 9,000 to 10,000 miles, and that's a lot of sludge built up. This is one of the reasons why we don't prescribe to the 9,000 to 10,000 miles. We don't know what kind of oil they use. We think they've been going to the dealer, but yeah, we're pretty sure they've been going to the dealer, but maybe not. But I guarantee you they haven't gone 10,000 miles between oil services on conventional motor oil. So they've been putting a synthetic in here. They've had to have.
There's only 87,000 miles on the car.
87,000.
If you drive past a dealership lot right now, it'll be completely full. Even their overflow lot is going to be completely full. They are filled with overpriced inventory that they simply can't sell. Even with a little discount from the manufacturer, a little rebate, and a little dealer discount, it's not enough. People are saying, I need more discounts. I need 20, 30,000 off some of these pickups because they're so dang expensive. And we all know dealerships showed their true colors over the last few years with all the market adjustments and stupid charges. That's the biggest problem. Also, manufacturers raising the price on top of the dealership adding all the BS. So you got to think about it. The dealership screws you over so bad, and I don't think people understand how bad they do. Most of the stuff that dealership adds provides no value at all. Nitrogen-filled tires, all this stuff that's just a complete BS scam. And the worst part about it is people think they got a good deal. They go through the finance department, they buy all the warranties, and they say the dealership treated me so nicely. Yeah, it's because they made 10 grand off of you. Try to go through the finance box without buying any products. They turn real quick from a nice person to not so nice. Especially if you're a cash deal, not financing, not buying any product. Generally, it can be pretty quick, but it's definitely not a happy process. The finance guy is not happy to see me. But you have to understand, when you finance to a dealership, you fill out that credit app. Most of the time, they're raising the rate on you, so they get you approved at 8, but they're going to show you 10%. And they get a spread of the difference from the bank. It's an additional profit driver for the dealership. That's one of the most scummy ways to make money, is to raise the rate on an interest rate that's already approved by the lender at a certain rate. It's crazy. And if you buy any warranty or any gap coverage, they're going to tell you, maybe if you negotiate, oh, I'm giving it to you at cost. I call BS on that. You're paying probably double or triple what it cost. And as vehicles continue to rise, people are financing their car longer and longer. We already know 84 months is all over the place, but when are they going to start doing 96 and all this stuff? It's going to happen eventually. And that's the craziest thing to me. And they're going to keep financing longer and longer, and it's going to be more interest. It's a bad situation. But finally, dealerships are getting maxed out because rates are high, prices are high. People don't make $1 million a year on average for these $200,000 Ford F-250s. Like, for real, that's how crazy these prices are. So now the dealership's not able to add their warranties, their this and that, because they can't add it onto their payment. Their loan to value is only so much. They can only add so much to it. So it is definitely getting harder for dealerships to make as much profit as they were just a few years ago. Of course, they're not, but still, they ripped us off bad. And you got to realize what they add generally provides no value. And when they do provide what little bit of value they do, let's say they add a lift, wheels, and tires, which some people will say it does, some people will say it don't, but $20,000 in add-ons for that stuff. But if you do it yourself and you bring a Jeep with all the aftermarket parts, they're going to tell you it's worth less. But they do it and they want an extra 20 or 30 grand. So it's pretty funny. So as we still continue to see 2023 still on the lot, and there's a lot of 2024s, and they continue to sit for 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 700 days on the lot. They're finally getting a taste of their own medicine because they took advantage and now they're screwed. Now they're stuck with that inventory. Now there's going to be plenty of people that continue to buy because honestly, it's so easy to get a car loan in the United States. But as the dealership fills up, they can't accept allocations from the manufacturer, so the manufacturer's getting hit as well. And that's why every single manufacturer from Ford to General Motors has lots full near their factory waiting to go to the dealerships. And it's really unfortunate because in the United States, most states have laws that restrict you from buying directly from the manufacturer at all. I see a world where we could have both direct to the manufacturer sales and the dealerships. They can compete. Some people want to go to the dealership and negotiate. Some people are just going to go ahead and pay MSRP and not deal with the dealership. They need to have both available. And some will say, well, what about service? Well, the manufacturer could have a service department. That's pretty easy. But again, I see a world where there's both direct to consumer and also the dealerships. Let it be a free market. Why are we forced to go through a dealership? Why are we not allowed legally to buy a car from the manufacturer? So the whole process is just crazy, but finally dealerships are getting back to how they had all this inventory. It's sitting around. Their profits are down. They're finally getting a taste of their own medicine a little bit, but they need a lot more. For dealerships to really feel the pain, we just really got to stop buying this overpriced junk, and people are finally starting to realize as repo rates go up and people realize it's not the way. I don't need a new vehicle right now as these prices keep going up and up and up. And as we know, they screwed us over for so long. They're just kind of saying, I'm done with it. I'm not going through a dealership anymore. I've never known so many people to also watch videos, learn to negotiate the right way, and really not let the dealership take advantage of you by not buying additional products. Be that buyer. Don't be the finance manager's best friend. You don't want to be friends with that person. They're going to rip you 15 ways from Sunday. I'm real curious to know what you think. Do you think some of these dealerships are getting a taste of their own medicine, considering there are 2023s and 2024s at your local dealership right now? Pretty much across all of America, old new stock is the new term, and it's becoming more popular than it's ever been. And it's because these prices are so high and discounts were not there, especially a few years ago. So now they're stuck like Chuck with this inventory, and that all the dealership can do is keep raising discounts, but it's never going to be enough because it's such an overpriced vehicle. And we already know how greedy and how sleazy these dealerships. Don't let them take advantage of you. Let me know what you think. Have a great day and stay blessed.
PMD offers
Ford CEO Jim Farley is officially done. He has said that if things do not improve quality-wise over at Ford, he is going to slash manager bonuses by up to 65%. So if you don't know, Ford is basically the poster child for having a ton of recalls every year. Over the last 4 or 5 years, Ford has been #1 in total recalls across every automotive brand on the planet. With that in mind, Ford CEO Jim Farley has said that they are now moving to a performance-based bonus plan, which is probably what it should have always been in the first place, but here we are. Farley went on record saying, quote, "I'm proud of the progress, but we're not satisfied at all," end quote. And according to Reuters, managers in particular could see their extra checks slashed by as much as 65% in this new system. Now, all of this comes among the quality issues. That's first and foremost, but dealers are also very disgruntled, and product lines are not selling as well as Ford once hoped. Ford CEO Jim Farley is officially done.
I know it. Just imagine now would be one and then somebody allowing him to we did the money in that. You white men in the man is this, she can send him very much again. I'm not going to give it my children. Like, but yo, so it's about what it's going to be doing. Oh, one from the mix from the full woman. Who are the bad type of woman and brother? After another feminist who are the feminist who I only copy of the Ladies and as it is done. I'm a Jamaican, I can't think money for those world the times you are in. People who are there who come from the hour and minutes. Because I didn't ladies in the room. I said, Chip, there was a bad thing. I was not to come to be a Ghanaian. I'm the only fight at the farm. One. So, what's on the family? This is for the country. But you need to follow the guy. I'm Mr. Captain. I'm a Steve. But I'm going to have a physical. Yeah, therefore, how do you think I have the order? This is one side. We never see this one. Yeah, I don't think. And the person. But I give out the time my child that I made up. I was at the woman down the school road. I tell you, you got anybody, whatever about this. Who is on the list? Yeah, I mean, you can't have more please at all. At all. Then, Ndifuna ndifuna umntu ozawuba nezidukuswe nozithela naso wasawusitsho kanti apho liphuma kweli lam kodwa ndidithi ngaba lethe njendiwayithi yaklethe na 2 3 4 mhlawumbi ndifuna na 12 zobafumana uyayibokola uyazile ukuba apho ndingafuna zazozinga before umfazi uyazile apho ndifuna ndiyabafuna abantwana and I can't do that. I don't know how to do it well. I only push it to 6. I've won for the 6 bar. Or not the 6 and over. No, man, not 12. What? I've got one. That's not a problem. Who put them in the food and educated? I'm open for another. I'm not achieving too much. Who food here, but I'm achieving. The program we talk about achieving today, but we not 2 or 3 years. And the program we like 2 or 3, Baba is not about one. I take up a yeah, it's like yeah. It's a lot of the right. Go on and then, but most of the time, Baba is about yeah. No, it's not. I don't know that the 2 entitled. Like, our selfish. Selfish as that. And I'm only little group of the child. Let's tell you another people about the hatches of the person was probably those are proposal for movement, probably for example, police in a way in a manner that is selfish. People about it. All of that was good. You know, open it there, but a woman who can get it to the home and school and go down for it. Tell a move is required. But I just can't get a program. That's the
This cycle in the GTA community over the past like 4 years where we think we're getting close and then we just get told to wait longer. And like I said, I get it. I do. I completely get it. I want the game to be ready, but it's just, man, we're getting edged for years. We're getting edged. Thank you, Patriot. Thank you for the 5. Teacup, thank you for the 2. Starting to want reasons, not excuse. I mean, the reason is the game's not ready, you know. One man, thank you for the 2. Agent 2.0. Yeah, it is at this point. Yeah, man, as a GTA creator, it is just such a weird... It's so strange, dude. It's so strange being a GTA creator. I can't explain. It's like... Yeah, you think you get close and you just... It keeps getting pushed back. It's like you're a pig running on a treadmill. Because, like, GTA 6, for a lot of us creators, man, this is gonna, like, really grow our channels and grow our careers as creators. And we keep thinking we're getting close, and we just keep getting further away. So strange. $2.5 million? Hey man, at this point, who knows? We could get to 3 million subs before GTA 6. Who knows? Who knows? Thanks, Adrian. Thank you, Drew. How come you can only send a message if you pay? What do you mean? Everyone's message is on the screen, Jordan. Thank you for the 2, though. Man. All right, chat. I think I'm going to jump off, get some food. It'll give me the energy to edit this podcast that Matt and I just recorded. Then I'll hopefully upload that podcast if you missed it. But I'll leave this stream up so you can watch it here, I guess. Alright. Take care, guys. Damn. Fuck!
It's that stupid 20-minute timer 'cause I'm a new.
Hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about the tragic story of Tokyo Rose and how someone who was loyal to the United States became one of its few citizens to ever be convicted of treason. In research for a World War II project I'm working on, I came across this story as it related to World War II propaganda. It was common during World War II and even some conflicts that came afterwards for militaries to have dedicated radio operators who would speak to the enemy in their own language. The purpose of these broadcasts was to have someone, most often a woman, speak to the enemy in their own language and try to demoralize them from continuing to fight. This was done by playing music from their homeland to make them homesick, or lie about troop movements to make them think they're losing the war, or even just talking about how their girlfriends are probably at home cheating on them. This effort was carried out by multiple operators across different factions in the war. In Europe, this ring of mystery broadcasters were given the name of Axis Sally, and in the Pacific, these voices were known as Tokyo Rose. And while the broadcasts themselves are interesting, what I want to focus on today is how Tokyo Rose became one of the most expensive trials in the United States, and the only person in American history to be both convicted and pardoned of treason. And if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we get into the story of a secret double agent who stood for the country that would later convict them. But before we get into some more cursed knowledge, let's talk about something that isn't cursed, like saving money. And you can start saving money right now thanks to today's sponsor, Honey. Honey is the #1 shopping tool in America that helps you save money when you buy something online. You can get Honey for free in just 2 clicks, and then when you are shopping and get to checkout, Honey will begin to scour the internet to find you discount codes so you can start saving cash. And now, thanks to Honey's mobile extension, you don't even need your at-home computer to do it, because you can get it on your phone and start saving money while on the go. Honey can save you money on things that you're probably already paying for. For example, whenever I buy a PC or takeout, I make sure that Honey's installed because all I have to do to save money is literally lift a finger. Honey is free and works on a ton of the sites that you're already shopping from, so you might as well start saving money on something you didn't even know you were paying too much for. And today, you can get Honey for free by going to the link in the description at joinhoney.com/Wendigoon. That is right, you can get Honey completely free, by going to that link in the description, and I ask that you use that link because it lets them know that I sent you, and it really does help out the channel, and I really appreciate it. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Honey for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. As mentioned earlier, radio propaganda was very common in World War II. The soldiers on the ground would give names to these voices on the radio, even if it was multiple people. In other words, if you were a US soldier in Europe and there were multiple women who were speaking on the radio to try to convince you to turn away from fighting, you would broadly refer to this group of women as Axis Sally. The reason you'd be listening to the enemy's radio broadcast in the first place is, for one, depending on your location, it could be the only broadcast you can pick up, and two, the broadcast would spice it up with American music and news in order to keep people listening. And then, from there they'd sprinkle in the ideas of how their country's going to fall apart and their women are cheating on them.
And the enemies are precisely those people who are fighting against Germany today, and in case you don't know it, indirectly against America too. Because a defeat for Germany would mean a defeat for America, believe me.
Now, while most of the time you could just see this as some weird form of bullying or picking on soldiers, every now and then they would say something important. Military intelligence is very safely guarded during a war, and most often it's illegal to give away that intelligence. For example, say that you were an American living in California, and you watched a fleet of ships sail from California out towards Japan. Well, if somehow you were to catch a plane or what have you and beat America to the Japanese army and then tell them that you saw a fleet of ships leaving, that would be illegal. The same would apply if you were to call the enemy or send them a letter, or for our cases today, make a radio broadcast. Now, obviously, this doesn't really matter when it just comes to the enemy. If a German citizen were to find out information regarding American movements and then told other Germans, they're not an American committing a crime against America. They're just a German, being a German. However, where it does matter is whenever it's an American citizen who does that. And in broadcasts like Axis Sally, Sally would regularly give information regarding American troop movements. If a group of soldiers was wiped out on some battlefield, Axis Sally would report it to all American soldiers across the front lines. This was done again in an effort to demoralize the American soldiers, but it's also a breach of military intelligence. Now, obviously, this wouldn't matter if it was a German citizen reporting it. However, where it gets interesting is that a lot of these broadcasters were American. If an American defected to the enemy or just so happened to be in the country whenever the war started and then willingly helped the enemy, that was seen as an act of treason against the United States. Not really for being mean to the soldiers on the ground, but more so for giving up sensitive information. So therefore, whenever the war was over, American legislators began tracking down people who were responsible for these broadcasts. One of the more famous convictions during this time was Mildred Gillers, who turned out to be the aforementioned Axis Sally. But the more infamous conviction comes from the Pacific Campaign and the American government's hunt for the Japanese broadcaster known as Tokyo Rose. Eva Tagore was born in Los Angeles on, coincidentally, the 4th of July, 1916. Her family was from Japan, and she was the first generation of the family to be born in the United States. From a young age, her parents were so persistent that she adopted the American lifestyle that they forbade her from doing things like learning Japanese or eating with chopsticks. Growing up in Los Angeles, she lived a perfectly normal American lifestyle. She adopted activities like hiking and excelled at sports like tennis while she was in high school. She was also a big fan of American media and had a crush on actor Jimmy Stewart and enjoyed listening to radio shows such as Little Orphan Annie. She excelled at school and graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in zoology in 1940. She had aspirations of continuing her education and becoming a doctor. That was until her aunt back in Japan became very ill. Ava's father always emphasized the importance of family and felt that it was necessary for their family to leave from California and visit their now sick relatives back in Japan. However, during this time, Ava's mother was very sick due to diabetes. Unable to make the journey or leave Ava's mother without care, Ava's father decided that Ava should travel to Japan by herself in order to represent the family and take care of her sick aunt. Ava protested at first, but given her father's insistence, decided to set sail for Japan on July the 5th, 1941. One day after her 25th birthday. The plan was for Ava to spend 1 year there with her relatives before returning home. However, after being there for only a short amount of time, Ava was already sick of it. For one, Ava couldn't speak Japanese, which made living in Japan difficult to begin with. But she also said that people were rude, and she was very unfamiliar with the customs of the region. In one letter to home, she wrote, "I have finally gotten around to eating rice 3 times a day. It's killing me, but what can I do?" Ava's aunt and uncle, who she was staying with, spent most of their time at home, and Ava made the errands for them. Because of this, Ava's aunt and uncle weren't privy to the events happening in the news around that time, and Ava herself, whenever she did go out, couldn't understand anyone or read any newspapers that she saw. Because of this, Ava wasn't aware that Japan was about to enter World War II against the United States. When she did find out in late November of 1941, she scheduled to take the first ship back to the country. She was set to leave on December the 2nd of 1941. However, on the day she was to set sail, there was a problem with her paperwork at the customs office. This delayed her enough that she would have to miss the boat and then take next week's ship back to the country. However, this ship would never set sail because only 5 days later, on December 7th of 1941, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor and plunged America and Japan into World War II. Ava was one of about 10,000 Japanese Americans who were trapped in Japan during the war. And as with many of those Japanese Americans, Ava was harassed by Japan's secret police. Something interesting about World War II, and something I'll talk about more in future videos, is it was the first time that intelligence and essentially spy networks were such a major role within any warfare. Like, sure, there had always been spies in wars previous, but advances in technology made it to where messages could be delivered much more quickly and from over distance, and because of that, everyone was suspect. So as you can imagine, American citizens who were in Japan were under a lot of scrutiny. As a matter of fact, several of them were forced to leave their home and live in housing projects so that the government could keep an eye on them. When Ava was confronted by the secret police, they demanded that she renounce her U.S. citizenship. Ava refused and said that she would rather be thrown into the housing with the other foreigners. The police wouldn't do this because she was ethnically Japanese, and also because she was a woman, and most of the people who were thrown into these projects were men. However, shortly after this, Ava's aunt and uncle kicked her out for not renouncing her American citizenship. So, trusting government agents over bloodlines. I'm sure history will look kindly on them for that. On top of that, because she wouldn't deny her U.S. citizenship, she was denied a food ration card. So now homeless, with no way to get food in a country that she didn't speak the language of, Ava needed a job. And she got that job at the Domi News Agency, where her job was to listen to American news broadcasts and write down whatever was being said. It was during this time that she lost connection to her family. Unbeknownst to her at the time, her family had been moved to Japanese internment camps in Arizona. Which, for those of you that don't know, during the war, the American government set up internment camps where they took anyone on the West Coast who was Japanese and then rounded them up and placed them into these massive camp facilities. I wonder where they got that idea from. It was during this time, while completely cut off from her family back home and in Japan, that she made a friend in someone by the name of Felipe D'Aquino. Felipe was in a similar situation. While ethnically Japanese, he was a Portuguese citizen who just got stuck in Japan whenever the war began. The two were both strangers in a foreign land who seemed to find friendship in each other. So much so that whenever Ava was hospitalized due to malnutrition, most likely because she was working for pennies and only ate when she could, Felipe paid her hospital bills. Ava hated owing anyone money, so despite Felipe's protest, Ava took on a second job in order to start paying him back. This job was at a place known as Radio Tokyo. Radio Tokyo had recently launched a propaganda campaign in which generals would write scripts to be spoken in English that were meant to be heard by American soldiers. Ava's job was to type out scripts that were written by Japanese government officials, and then that would be passed on to a radio operator who would speak them for American soldiers. It was during this time that Ava met a man by the name of Major Charles Cousins. Charles was an Australian major who was captured during one of the early battles of World War II. Before the war, Charles was a famous radio personality in Sydney, Australia. So, instead of being held in a Japanese prison or executed, the government decided that he could be beneficial. They made him work at Radio Tokyo, where he was to write out scripts that would be engaging for American listeners, and then they would come through and sprinkle their propaganda into those messages. Initially, Charles was there more so just to proofread the scripts before they went on to be broadcasted. However, Charles began to complain that there were so many grammatical errors in what the Japanese wanted him to write that it would make more sense if he just wrote the words himself. The government eventually relented and allowed Charles to begin writing his own scripts. However, of course, they would be read over by the Japanese before it was aired. The name of the show was 0 Hour, and it was to be a combination of news broadcast and music from the United States, as well as several messages to generally make the troops sad. However, as you could imagine, Major Charles was not a fan of the Japanese, considering he was a prisoner and all, and he decided that he was going to use 0 Hour to get a stab back at them. See, these Japanese officials weren't great at English and didn't have an understanding of things like American jokes or sarcasm. So Charles decided that he was going to use this script in order to be a help, or pretty much the opposite of what the Japanese officials wanted him to do, and he was going to find himself a radio operator who could get it done. So whenever Charles met Ava, he knew he found his girl. Ava not only understood American speech patterns and jokes, but she also had a distrust and hatred for the Japanese government. So 0 Hour began, and to the Japanese, it was a major hit to American forces, while to the Americans, it was a fun radio show. It's interesting how Charles and Ava got away with doing the things that they did, because it all has to do with cultural misunderstanding. Like, for example, one of the only negative things that Ava ever did in her broadcast was refer to the American Marines as boneheads. Now, to the Japanese officials, this was explained as being a direct insult, which was good for them. But if you ask any Marine, even today, they do not mind a pretty woman calling them a bonehead. The majority of the music that Charles selected for the program wasn't even American in order to make them homesick. Instead, it was music from Britain and Australia. And whenever they did play American music, it was music like Strike Up the Band, which was the song of Ava's alma mater, UCLA. These songs were chosen because they were inspiring or encouraged soldiers to keep fighting, not to make them sad. She would do things in the program like call the Americans her friend, before catching herself and calling them enemies.
Greetings, everybody. This is your number one enemy, your favorite playmate, Orphan Ann of Radio Tokyo, the little sunbeam whose throat you like to touch. We're ready again for a vicious assault on your morale. 75 minutes of music and news for our friends, I mean our enemies in the South Pacific.
She would go as far as to openly warn the Americans, be careful whenever you're listening to this radio channel, as there's dangerous propaganda. Ava only spoke for about 20 minutes of the hour-long radio show, and less than 10% of people who were asked said they felt any bit of demoralization from any part of the entire hour-long show.
When you're at the rugby braai and
this cycle in the GTA
has shown, even in recent memory, that they don't necessarily keep the dates that they put out there in the world.
Well, yeah, I mean...
This IRL streamer might go down as the dumbest influencer to ever create content for the internet, because he truly thinks nothing will ever happen to him, even though he's already pleaded guilty to multiple charges in his ongoing Korean criminal case. And still, he's out on the street racking up more and more felonies daily, while all of this is going on. And I've been covering influencers doing stupid stuff for over a decade now, and I've never seen someone continue to commit felonies in a foreign country while having an ongoing criminal trial. It's like he wants to be stuck there forever, and clearly this is taking a massive toll on him and his only friend who's financially supporting him, as his family seems to have started to cut him off from family funds. So I guess instead of reeling things in and trying to behave, he wants to find out exactly how much time South Korea can possibly give him. I think his confidence is still high because, you know, when he went to Japan, they let him go with only 3 months of jail time. But the big difference here, though, is in Japan, he was thrown in jail and therefore he stopped committing felonies while he was in jail. Now in South Korea, they have a different approach where they travel ban him and let him provide for himself rather than the South Korean taxpayer. This seems to have kind of driven the guy crazy because now he's basically broke, banned on every streaming platform, so because of that, he has no real way of making any decent money. We found out that he wasn't being paid on Party, meaning he did this whole shirtless dancing stunt and then got arrested for zero upside. Not only is he the dumbest influencer, but also the most pathetic. But what he seemingly doesn't realize is the more felonies he documents himself doing, the more charges he'll inevitably get, and the longer his criminal trial will take, or trials, because there could easily be multiple trials here, meaning he will continue to be stuck in Korea. So, instead of switching things up and actually behaving to get a lighter sentence, he starts threatening the Korean government and another YouTuber. Then he gets detained again by the police for doing some stunt in the park, and then to top everything off, for a small donation, he goes back out to taunt people the same day he was already detained, and 20 minutes later, the police were back on him. So we have quite a few things to talk about today, so let's start off with the strategical pivot at the Johnny Somali HQ.
If Korea does not let me out of Korea, I'm telling you right now, it is a danger to the Korean women. I have had so much with Korean women while I've been locked here. I don't wear any when I these Korean women. I don't get any STD tests while I these Korean women. I don't get any STD tests when I these Korean women. And I make sure to spread whatever I have to all of these Korean women. And the police can't stop me. The government can't stop me.
Does he think that will help him? That is a crazy thing to say when you're in a criminal trial. Now, I would be worried for the Korean citizens if he could pull anything else but his roommate Hank. I don't know why, but it's always the dudes who get zero play who brag about getting so much play. And again, he is his own star witness to that as well, because he admitted he doesn't get anything there. I mean, the guy is even denied from the places where you pay for it.
I haven't had put since fucking September.
Okay, do you guys want to know what happened when I went to the red light district with Hank? I'll tell y'all the story. The other day we went to the red light district, and the reason I didn't stream it is because every single we met in the red light district was like, no black, no black, no black.
So it's just more empty words from this guy. But the judge and prosecution doesn't know that, especially after he doubled down.
But when I go to Japan in 2029, I'm going to pull a Harrison. I kind of like what Harrison is doing. I like how Harrison is doing the super spreader stuff. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say it right here to the camera. I'm not scared. If I ever caught HIV, I would become a super spreader. I'll say it right now. I don't care. If I ever caught HIV, I'm going to become a super spreader.
Dude's entire existence is just being a net loss to society. It's safe to say he's going to be the most fascinating test to the South Korean legal system, because his entire strategy here is to disrespect South Korea as much as possible for some attention on his stream. Dude is essentially trading his freedom and life to be this edgy middle school class clown. Now, I'm hoping this is just empty words like everything else he says, but just like in all the other videos covering the guy, he will inevitably make things worse for himself as he decided to threaten to give the YouTube creator Legal Mindset HIV.
Legal Mindset. I don't need to fight that. I'll walk past it, inject it with some HIV blood with a needle. Legal Mindset.
See, that's a very specific threat against a very specific person. That's actually gets me. So that is what you would call, and that's a threat. And that's what you call a pinprick attack, which is, you can Google it. There's actually Wikipedia pages about it. There's stuff like that about it. That is very much criminal to threaten, to talk about. And in many countries, there's actually specific statutes that relate to that legally.
I mean, the fact that he even goes out and says that shows how much of a lowlife this guy is. But on top of that, Legal Mindset goes into detail on what these threats to the Korean public could mean for Johnny.
But in Korea, if you actually went over and threatened people with HIV, you could be guilty of any of these things: injury, attempted injury, serious injury, special threat, attempted crime, murder. Also, Korea has a special statute, a special law called the Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome, that's AIDS, Prevention Act, Article 19, Prohibition on Conduct risking transmission. What does that carry? I know you all want to know, and that is 10 years in jail. So 10 years under that statute for any conduct that would involve that. So that would be stacking on top of his already full stack of issues, 10 years in potential years in prison. That's a maximum penalty there.
So naturally, Johnny panics and starts backtracking, saying that was all hypothetical and in Minecraft or whatever. But dude, that's not going to cover you legally. And he's realized how bad things are for him, hence why his new plan is to eventually flee South Korea, apparently.
Going to Incheon, I'm renting a boat or an inflatable raft, and I'm going to stream sailing to international waters. As soon as I hit international water, you can't touch me.
That sounds like a great way to drown. So what's the plan here? Is he just trying to sail to Japan, where he's also banned? Because if he was going from Busan, his options are Japan or I guess North Korea if he goes all the way up the coastline. But there's a whole bunch of Korean islands on the way to Japan, so there's no way he's gonna make it to international waters. He'll just get arrested again. Yeah, and that would be cool, Arling, except he didn't say Busan, he said Incheon, which is even worse for him, because then he only has North Korea and China and a whole bunch of Korean islands outside of Incheon. Great. Let's continue the video. But a lot of people have also been asking how his family are reacting to his antics. And he's actually addressed this before he was detained in Korea. So I can only imagine how they feel after all of this now.
You guys are my family. I'm not gonna lie. Like I told you guys, my family disowned me. My dad, the other day, I was like, do I really cause you that much stress? And my dad told me, you caused the whole world stress. I'm ashamed to be your father. I was like, what? Dad, really?
If you're running a small business, we can make it easier. Track your invoices and get paid faster.
If I had a son and he turned out like Ramsey, like John, I would be proud. This is a world enigma.
The only thing that makes Johnny an enigma is how stupid he acts. It's actually baffling. I've never seen a human being slowly self-sabotage and destroy his own life over the span of a few years for a handful of live stream viewers. At least not to this degree. This is just breaking records for being an absolute lowlife.
Why would you not be proud of this? Why would you not be proud of this? The only thing I'm really tripping over is because my dad told me he does not want me to have kids. He literally said, do not reproduce. So I'm like, yeah, I'm going to just go back to crashing out. Y'all don't like me anyway. I'll make a new family. You can't choose your family, guys, but you can make a new one.
This guy picked a parasocial relationship with some viewers who hate him and want to see him either arrested or worse over his own family. The judgment on this one is phenomenal. But clearly, when people poke him about this, it really strikes a nerve.
My father told me not to have kids. Yes, he said that. But for you to take that and make that a joke is not a fucking game. It's not fucking funny. Yes, my father said, do not have kids. He did say that. I'm going to be honest. He did say that. I don't care.
Yeah, that reaction says otherwise, but will he take this as a wake-up call? Absolutely not, as he was just detained in Korea multiple times in one single live stream.
What's your name? What's your name?
What's your name?
What's your name? Hell nah. What's your name?
Acting like they're in America. Meanwhile, Hank was deported from the US. He can't even be here legally. And Johnny can't legally engage in any political protest. He can't reason still. These dudes are for some reason still acting like they're in America. Meanwhile, Hank was deported from the US. He can't even be here legally. And Johnny can't legally engage in any political protests in South Korea, and that's exactly what he's doing here with his buddy Hank, waving around some CCP flag and stomping on other flags for attention online. But Hank ends up actually getting fined for this. And all of this went down in a 9-hour-long live stream. But throughout this stream, it becomes more and more noticeable that Hank is upset with his fine. And this is the first time that he's received legal repercussions for hanging out with Johnny. And let's be real, the only reason they're out doing this was to entertain Johnny's viewers. But Johnny, he was gonna make it up to him with a couples massage, but not before they do a desktop stream first. And here, he announces when he's finished with the Johnny Somali shtick, he'll be a doctor.
I think I'm gonna go to medical school after this Johnny Somali arc is over.
I mean, on the bright side, at least you would be doing something positive for society, but good luck to anyone that has to be this guy's patient. To be honest though, I don't think he's being serious at all because
let's just say I told the tailor make it extra pointy. Extra pointy. we got some shit ready for the court. They got mad at me for wearing an oversized suit. Let's see how mad they get this time what I wear. Let's see. That's all I want to say. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to leak nothing. I went to the tailor and I got that shit extra ready. I got it just like Kanye.
Is it all black or all white?
All black. Just like Kanye. Just like Kanye.
Again, I mean, this dude is completely willing to throw away his freedom to entertain the handful of viewers who watch his streams. He's just the prime example of influencer Darwinism. My guess here is he's just realized he's destroyed his life and he wants to make it as entertaining as possible for himself until he inevitably gets thrown into Korean prison. I also forgot to mention that apparently they're not happy with the local news coverage of them, so they wanted to show up to their offices.
The JBC News building is not even open. I'm going to go you now.
So in case you were wondering why they were mad, they covered how he's ran out of money and that Hank is now asking for donations to continue to cover and pay for Johnny. So after the desktop stream that Hank defended Johnny, Johnny canceled the couples massage as he would rather just go and stream. So they parted ways.
All right, man. Go get your massage 2 hours. I'll go chill at the house.
Johnny leaves and goes back to the house because, as he states, he can't be outside alone because, you know, the Golden Goblin game is still going on over there.
Guys, I can't be out here solo unless Gook Hunter is gonna pull through.
And he's also openly admitted to being scared of walking around by himself out there due to being targeted.
Please don't say Odiga. I have a PTSD when you say Odiga. Please, I don't want to hear that word. That's Odiga is like hearing the N-word to me, bro.
That word is what the dude who knocked him out said just before knocking him out, which translates to "where are you going?" But continuing the live stream, Johnny makes a mistake.
Chat, another bottle of wine or what? Chat, another bottle of wine or what? Let me see one's in the chat. One's in the chat, another bottle of wine.
So he buys the bottle of wine, goes back upstairs, and I guess gets even more drunk, and that makes him brave enough to go back outside, all by himself.
Oh my God. Oh, it's the police. I'm gone. It's the police. I'm running from the police. I'm gone. It's the police. Oh, I'm gone. Someone called the police. Someone called the police. Oh, open.
You can tell the police are just so fed up with him at this point because they clearly have to deal with him on the regular. So they just end up telling him to go back home.
Go away from me. Chichi balago. Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, I'm scamming. Go away. Go away.
The cops on Johnny when he left the apartment again, telling the cops that, hey, my friend is drunk and needs to go back home again or something, which honestly isn't unlikely at this point. And we also have a recent clip that came out of Hank promising that he's going to sort out a place for Johnny to live. I'm assuming on either his money or his family's money, because that apartment that both of them are living in is tiny. Johnny's been there for months. I can only imagine how irritating it is to live with Johnny there. And then on top of that, having to be Johnny's sugar dad while you're living in a tiny apartment with him, I can only imagine how frustrating that is. So it's not super far-fetched that he ended up calling the cops on him. And Johnny hasn't streamed since that night, so who knows? Will he stream before his next court date, or will he just show up to that court date in his pointy black gown as he was promising his chat? But I guess we'll continue to cover this as this train wreck happens, but I also have like 7 other train wrecks to cover this week, so stay tuned for the next video. And also, hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe. And also, we've been dropping some new collections over on Matt.City. We just actually dropped Seoul alongside of many other cities, and we'll have many more to drop over the next couple of months. So stay tuned there as well. If you do want to check out the new collections, you can go to Matt.City. Link will be down in the description down below. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video.
Can you just do me a favor and say the ABCs, A to Z, without singing it?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know, like, I don't.
Do you ever earn enough or get enough to get a hotel room for the night?
I
There's a Kick streamer whose name I've treated like Voldemort over the last year or so. I've never bothered talking about her because that's the only thing she cares about is her name leaving people's lips no matter how negative it is. She exists for one sole purpose, to make everyone around her angry at her. It's in her delusional mind, the brain parasites tell her that that's a good thing. So I've just never bothered insulting her or making fun of her because that's like having sex with a cuck's wife. It's exactly what they want. But today she did something particularly heinous.
right? No. All right. I was. You know why I wasn't going to? Because my view.
Internet is hitting on me for my braids. Today, we're gonna get the public's thoughts. Do you think it's offensive if I wear braids?
It's a black thing, but I don't have no problem with you wearing it because you're white. No, I think you look really cute with your braids, girl. Don't let nobody tell you.
There are simply two genders and that's it. When you were born, the doctor simply says two things.
Hold on, shh. Larry, do y'all hear that? You especially. For real, listen, get closer. It's somebody else. I'm not doing it.
I'm gonna knock out Austin because I'm an actor.
Chev, just think about it. The reason why you're so uncomfortable is because in every photo, you hold it in a sneeze. I would be uncomfortable too, bitch. Let it out. That this man that's currently freaking the fuck out because a gay man is twerking is the same guy in this video. Yo, Brody, let me finish this YouTube video.
What to live? I think you're 3 for 6.
Bro, stop smacking ass, bro. Holy fuck.
Y'all believe that?
I can tell you for a fact, I don't own one. Dream might. I don't.
It ain't. Bro. Really? Cause what is this? Look at my face. Prettiest bitch in the city. All the baddies fuck with me. Are you a Larry fan?
Snap look like he
Bro, what did I do to James Charles, bro? And Coil Ray.
It's just me and my Twitter number.
All I'm saying is Coil Ray is pretty. So if you're trying to call me pretty, just say it with your chest.
And Lorraine, like, bro, what? What did I do?
You did me dirt. Like, what did I do?
I don't even know if, like, bro, my penis right now, like, it's trying to catch a boner, but it's not at the same time. Like, it's like it's right at the 65% mark or 50% mark. Like, I don't know what's going on with me right now.
That happened to me before. Put it in rice. You'll be fine tomorrow. So I'm scrolling through Twitter right now, y'all, and apparently Speed responded with a diss track towards me. Let's see. Let him cook. Ha! He about to violate me.
Hey, fuck is they saying? Bullets come from the brand, bitch. And these niggas be laying. You ugly ass bitch and you smell like you're dating. Why the fuck is you singing? You come with the leak.
We making it out the closet with that one.
Oh yeah.
Ray.
I'd say this, but I'd rather watch women's football. So you're African and wanna be a footballer, or as the uncultured would say, soccer player. Well, some advice. Don't do it, bro. Please, fam. Follow any other career path. Law, medicine, OnlyFans. Please, just don't do it, bro. And without further ado, let's get into it. So, it looks like you're about to be born, G. But wait. Stop. Before you do, you've got two options. You can either be born in Africa or America. Starvation or incarceration. Snow bunnies or brown honeys. Today, we're gonna get into which of the two is better to live in. Gonna have to give this
Skip Bayless offering a woman $1.5 million to have sex with him. Along with, I'm sure you've heard, Joy Taylor from Fox Sports having to do the Diddy, or choosing to do the Diddy to advance her career allegedly, specifically with these two guys. Or choosing to, along with, I'm sure you've heard, Joy Taylor from Fox Sports having to do the Diddy, or choosing to do the Diddy to advance her career allegedly, specifically with these two guys. Oh no, Joy, you might have went too far with this one. And when you hear that the woman was telling Skip to stop because he has a wife, and he replies, aren't you Muslim? Doesn't your dad have 3 or 4 wives? You have to wonder, how often do people in positions like this get away with doing whatever they want? I mean, when a Main Street Crip in LA testifies in court that Shaq paid gang members in LA to kidnap and beat him because he had a sex tape of Shaq cheating on his wife, the deputy district attorney of LA said he didn't believe it. And how will some random ass old Crip have footage of Shaq with his mistress? Because he used to be Shaq's friend, and Shaq obviously took his side chick to his homie's house, allegedly. They holding hands, bro. He definitely trusted his man to some extent. And look at this mysterious picture some other guy took with his mistress. Who could this possibly be? This could literally be anybody. It's Shaq, but he said it wasn't him, so she just uploaded a video of him on her couch and apparently backstage at his show while he's performing as the world's tallest DJ. Moving on to LaMelo Ball, since he never went to college, he probably couldn't go through all the paperwork he needed for that $100 million deal with Puma. So his publicist helped him get it done. And even though the contract states that she was required to be the source of the brand's relationship with LaMelo, he said fuck no to the 10% she asked for, and the Central District Court of California agreed she should get nothing. Why even have someone help you with a contract if you're gonna make him do it for free? Now to Jackson Hayes. I discussed how he kinda shoved his girlfriend and tried to put a cop through a wall in my last video, and despite the NBA not even looking into it, his girlfriend came back with a lawsuit saying she came home from a photo shoot when she found Jackson allegedly passed out on drugs, and he apparently bit her dog before he passed out. But yeah, I'm sure there's a lot that we still don't know, and if it's something you guys want to see, I'll cover these type of problems across all professional sports. But anyway, respect women.
Nah, the one in the red. I ain't trying to talk to y'all. I'm trying to talk to the one in the red.
Bitch, we don't give a fuck where your camera at.
Oh my, you are the ugliest I've ever seen in my life. Don't ask me no questions. You too ugly asking anybody questions, my nigga. I should be asking you a question. Why are you so ugly? Stop asking me stupid shit. And your friend got a fat old ass. I'll tell you that though. Your friend got an ass on her. I might fuck that bitch if she lucky. Oh y'all sister. Damn, why she get the shit under the stick? I thought that shit ugly don't run in y'all family, so why she got it? What happened?
Oh, damn.
In Dubai, we don't go to the gas station. The gas station comes to us. Here you can see my gas tank is completely empty, so there's no fuel left in the tank, fully empty. Now we're gonna order the fuel from the Carrefour app. So you select your car, you click fuel. So gas is gonna come between 6 to 8 p.m. Super full tank on my Mercedes G-Wagon. I click Apple Pay, pay with my card. And that's confirmed. All I gotta do is leave my fuel tank open. It is so simple in Dubai. My car's been unlocked. The guy comes, fuels up the tank, and then leaves. And this is how it's done in Dubai. In Dubai, we don't go to the gas station.
Hey sir, you know why I pulled you over tonight?
Yeah, I got a pretty good idea. Hey, I got a big favor to ask you. You mind if I step out of the car for a minute?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right, thanks.
Hey sir, you know why I pulled you over tonight?
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's my wife, and The lady in the back seat, did you see her?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, though. Are you married?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. All right, here you go. So that's the mother-in-law in the back, right? Those two got in a huge fight this morning, and the mother-in-law insisted we take her home right away. So that's what I'm trying to do, get her home. I'm worried they're going to make up, and then, you know, she's going to live with us another 6 months, right? So I got to get her home before those two make up, okay?
All right, so I'm going to give you a full police escort. Okay. I'm going to turn on the sirens, keep the lights on. By the glory of God, we will get you there. Hey, sir.
If you 10, you got me tweaking out, bro. I'm leaving. Yo, wait, what is that? Yo, I should beat your ass up.
Excuse me, Cocoa Puff. You like that name? Yes, you did, because you smile like ear to ass. No, you ain't just lick your lips. You fond of me, ain't you?
Sorry, what did you say?
I said that you look absolutely fabulous. You're both
Thanks.
wonderful.
Ladies, konnichiwa.
Alright, that's
What's up?
We all ain't Chinese.
Konnichiwa is crazy.
Tell us what that means. I'm not even Japanese, bitch. Stop.
Who knows about Japan?
Man, what the fuck? I'm about to get the fuck off this line. Anybody know about no bitch ass Japan, bro? We're not talking about Japan no more.
Today, ladies, konnichiwa.
Alright, that's
What's up?
We all ain't Chinese.
Konnichiwa is crazy.
Tell us what that means. I'm not even Japanese, bitch. Stop.
Who knows about Japan?
Man, what the fuck? I'm about to get the fuck off this line. Anybody know about no bitch ass Japan, bro? We're not talking about Japan no more.
Today, ladies, konnichiwa.
Alright, that's We all ain't Chinese.
Konnichiwa is crazy.
Tell us what that means. I'm not even Japanese, bitch. Stop.
Who knows about Japan?
Man, what the fuck? I'm about to get the fuck off this line. Anybody know about no bitch ass Japan, bro? We're not talking about Japan no more.
Today.
Boing boing, bitch.
What's your MBTI? Do
ENFP.
you have any hobbies?
I love roasting people. It's what I live and die for.
Do you know what?
Where did I park my car again?
You want to record me? You want to record me? I didn't touch you. Shut the
Is this a good time to tell her she's blocking me in?
Take your $50 and suck. Give me a fucking, give me my change. I'm rich, you're poor.
She's likeable then.
I'm rich, you're poor.
She should become a fitness influencer.
He was mad because I was recording.
Okay, I'm not trying to record you. Yeah, but I see myself. Okay, so go over there or something.
2025 gym logic: if you don't like being filmed, then move somewhere else. Mum's basement? Someone take a blue light to that room. Bro built his own Sarlacc pit. That's one way to do it. POV: the creepy guy at your gym gets behind you while you're doing hip abductors. Firstly, he's already sat there when you come to sit down. Secondly, that creepy guy that you've never talked to could be a lovely man for all you know. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, he's sat there because that's where the gym has placed the machine. You absolute genius. What a view of the back of the bench he has. And just because your content is amazing, you take your camera and make sure to point it at him to show your brain dead audience his face, is how I feel about that. I hate the gym. I feel like everyone is staring at. People are looking at you. Now, stay with me. Posting this online to see. Could it be that people are looking at you? Now, stay with me. Because you've taken 2 kettlebells, placed them very close to the dumbbell rack. Smart. Taken off your shoes, set up a tripod to film yourself. Stay with me. Then in your leotard.
Types of muscle. Empty muscle and explosive muscle.
Gotta confuse the empty muscles, right, babe?
There's 2 different types of muscle. Empty muscle.
If ever there was an argument to turn off the internet.
And explosive muscle. Bodybuilders. They're training high reps, isolated lifts, hypertrophy focused. It looks good.
Back 90.
Hey guys, in this video, I'll dust off the memories of this trusty workhorse called HP.
Are you finally ready to talk about the dark thread that binds these men together?
How in the hell did you pull Simone Biles?
Yeah, man, it's really how she pulled me, man.
Let's look at this translucent named Yerky.
We saw that man drag Keke Palmer across the couch, pregnant.
DDG as a BD will always have a lifeline and a puppet string to Holly because he can do things like this to make you act. Offset literally said it. You're my BM. I won. We investigate.
Palmer across the couch, pregnant.
DDG. As a BD will always have a lifeline and a puppet string to Holly because he can do things like this to make you act. Offset literally said it. You're my BM. I won. We investigating why men may love Panani but also hate who have them. On today's Foreign Friday.
It's a foreign man in a foreign.
And up Keke Palmer, we definitely will be talking about that as well. In fact, I have multiple case studies because the research scientist in me need some way to at least address some of the things that you're talking about, because for the people that into that, I gotta be able. This is Holly Bailey and DDG, and they're enjoying each other. I wanted to start off with something charitable because, again, the way the dissolvement of relationships happen isn't always akin to an episode of Baddies on the Zeus Network. Holly Bailey, talented, music artist, actress, at the apogee of her career, teams up with DDG, a successful YouTuber, and they have a child together. It is important to note that the levels of success aren't as Canyon-esque as the former examples. DDG is a huge YouTuber. That being said, and as a YouTuber myself, I could attest to this, the inferiority complex that we have with legacy media, despite the fact that YouTubers be winning accolades, traditional and new, as well as being projected to be just as influential and financially solvent, if not more so than traditional media, because like a lot of traditional media, I mean, I don't know if you see in Hollywood, but like, it's a thing. We have a chip on our shoulder when it comes to traditional media. One wonders if DDG had that chip on his shoulder looking at Halle Bailey and her career in traditional media. DDG got like a lot of hate when he brought Halle Bailey to see goddamn Krishan and Blueface. Folks were saying that Halle's brand had been tainted. People were trying to say that DDG was purposely trying to bring Halle down to his level.
A lot of these men are getting access to these beautiful women because they're dating higher echelon women.
And this is what the manosphere teaches. Tactics that operate in the manosphere at droves. That's the reason why we talk about like there are not enough people addressing the things that need to be addressed for young men. Certain things you won't get on the left as far as just like conversations, because we, to an extent, believe we're not necessarily above it, but engaging in it. It's almost like talking to someone that's problematic on stream and then you get like accused for platforming them or like, you know, discussing some of the talking points that Andrew Tate or someone is talking about is beneath us. I do think that we need to begin to meet people where they're at and have discussions on things that are not commonly talked about at the left, because like I was talking about Gen Z earlier, they have grown up on this slop from the manosphere and adjacent communities, and they get to a point where they could vote. And now you're surprised that they voting the way that they voting. If you open up a fresh YouTube, we don't show up there simply because the things that we're talking about aren't adjacent to the things that the right are talking about. And if we don't talk about it, or if we don't at least address some of those points in some way that there's an option, there will be no other option for them. Do you know how hard it is to break out of an echo chamber? YouTube pushes what the audience reacts to. Your average person is involved in that discourse. That is the type of conversations that they're having. It's not this academic, rigorous, and rigid dissection of socio phenomena and political phenomena. Tariq, the reason why we don't see no manosphere shit is because our feeds are extremely cultivated for our own liking to keep us there as long as possible. So if they know that we on this, then we only gonna deal on that. So what I try to do is to meet people where they are. If you watching or you trying to look for gym content, I gotta be there. If you engage in celebrity gossip to an extent, I gotta find some way to at least address some of the things that you're talking about. Like, cause for the people that into that, I gotta be able to at least try my best to position myself so I on the sidebar somewhere, so you have at least a choice, at least a chance not to watch Cynthia G or not to watch Andrew Tate and not to fall deeper down that rabbit hole. Because at some point, there's gonna be a crack inside that chamber of light and it's gonna allow you to maybe get out. I can't make you click, but I could at least try. There are many different ways in which partners build their partners. And the unfortunate way that she's engaging with it is that sometimes that's okay. You know, relationships don't work out. It works out in ways that it doesn't look like all the time. You leaving a relationship isn't necessarily the end of the relationship. It's an evolution, maybe a natural progression of the relationship. And we should treat it like that. The things that you've learned and the memories that you shared with that person, it's not a bad thing. You spend that time, they were crucial to your life.
It's nobody else's business. I see people keep creating stories, timelines. No one was wrong in the situation. Nobody came out and said he did this, she did that. No. Me and Halle are family, we good.
They've broken up and co-parenting is difficult. She's still postpartum. DDG could then do this.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. He looked just like Daryl, bro. There. Oh my gosh.
This is Kai Sinat's stream. Halle Bailey tweets, "Hi everyone. Absolute. The breastfeed? If they see my child drinking the bottle and I give them the bottle, that's fine. Yeah. So even the different thing in parent size. And so that's extended now to the public court of opinion. Because I don't know this dude's name. But we know Simone Biles to be the athlete of our generation. Simone Biles is an amazing athlete, a beautiful black woman, and should be cherished. This is Simone Biles' beau, and he's about to say that he didn't know her at all.
How in the hell did you pull Simone Biles?
Man, it's really how she pulled me, man.
Yeah, so she really booked you.
I could understand, like, you might, feel yourself a little bit. You just get your hair replot. You just got your new twist. The ring light hitting your eyes, so cat-looking eyes got a little bit of, like, a glint to it. It's given, I stayed in the house while you was in the fields. You found that rosy pink Vaseline lip balm that you actually found from Simone herself, and you took it out of her bag, and then you put it on your lip. You know that the DSL is DSLing. And you go fix your mouth to say that, man, you mean how she pulled me. If I had hair, she would have yanked my frontal out. You better be happy that girl have poise and control.
She pops up, and I'm like, let me see what this is. Gymnastics, I ain't never, I never really paid attention to gymnastics, so I didn't know who she was at the time, but like the first thing that I saw was that she just had a bunch of followers. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, she gotta be good. I promise you, when she won the Olympics, I was in college, and we didn't have NBC, we didn't have Olympic channels, and we're in camp. Late July, early August, so I'm not paying attention to, so I never would have had a moment to where I would have watched. We couldn't do much as COVID happened, everything was shut down, so she came through down to Houston.
Stop the cap.
You could tell these visibly are telling him that it's cap.
She lived in the suburbs, so she had to drive about 45 minutes to me.
Simone shouldn't be driving nowhere, let alone 45 minutes to with braids.
Then the rest is history.
One minute.
On March 13th, 2025, Netflix
report last night.
Now, 2
I'm glad you stopped by for me. I've been wanting to talk. I'm glad you stopped by for me. I've been wanting to talk to you.
Yeah, sure, kid.
Where to?
You just go to River Street, and I'll tell you where to.
Well, maybe it's like. Well, maybe it's.
Am I the meanest?
Sure enough.
Am
The code. So here. Hello and welcome. I'm your Code Monkey. Out setup. Please set up some package here. Here it is. You go into the online tab. Defaults. I don't remember if I changed anything. The important one is over here, the rainbow braces. So these have a bunch of colors which make it a bit easier to read the code. So let's create a simple script just to see this. So back in Unity, let's go into the project window, let's click the plus icon, and let's create a brand new C# script. Let's call it just testing, wait for it to compile, and now let's open. Now over here, I'm just going to write a bunch of simple code just to test it out. You don't have to follow this. Alright, so here's a bunch of sample code. These are the colors. You can see it makes everything a bit easier to read. Although again, this is not a requirement. You don't absolutely need this extension, but personally I do find it quite useful. I find that it helps make the code more readable than having everything be gray. Okay, so that's the setup for this extension. Next, for the text formatting options. So once again, let's go into Tools, go into Options, and then over here, let's go into the text editor. Then over here, I think I've got pretty much all the same defaults. Then we can go into the C# rules. So here are all the settings. If you notice something different on your end, go ahead and pause the video and compare the settings. But again, I think everything here is pretty much the defaults. I believe the only difference that I did was over here on the code style. Over here for the new lines. Personally, I like to have the curly brackets on the same line, but if you want, you can also change it and put it on the second line. I think that's pretty much the only difference that I did. Everything else should be exactly the same as defaults. So that's the code style settings. And speaking of that, the next lecture is very important. We're going to talk a bit about naming rules. Although, just before we go, let's just clean up our testing script. So let's close this one, click on the X, then back into Unity. We don't need the script, so let's just delete it. Okay, so with that, we have Visual Studio set up and ready to go. Now let's continue in the next lecture to learn about some naming rules. Hello and welcome, I'm your Code Monkey. In this lecture we're going to learn something extremely important. Let's learn about naming rules. This one is a very important lecture that you should definitely refer back to whenever you have some questions. So first, what exactly are naming rules? These are really just rules you follow when writing your code. It is extremely important that you are consistent in applying your own rules. You don't want one class in your game to be written a certain way and then a different class using a completely different style. That would create tons of confusion. So naming rules and writing the code correctly is very, very important. One mistake that I see a lot of beginners do is they send me some code and ask why it's not working. Then I take a quick look and I see that all of the code is written in a very messy way. Some functions are in lowercase, others using snake case, some fields are in Pascal case, some in camel case, and so on. Remember that code is case sensitive, so it is extremely important that you write the code correctly. If you change a character from lowercase to uppercase, then you are suddenly referring to something completely different. If you're a beginner, keep that always in your mind. Code is case sensitive, so don't just write code semi-randomly, write it properly as if you were doing an English literature test. Now with that said, when it comes to naming rules, you can use whatever naming rules you want. Different people like different rules. For example, you can use a prefix in your variables, you can use a postfix, you can use capitals for constants, camel case for properties, snake case for fields. By the way, here are the definitions of what those terms actually mean. Pascal case starts with a capital and every word is capitalized. Camel case starts lowercase and then uppercase for the first letter of every other word, kind of like a camel hump in the middle. And snake case is where you add an underscore in. By the way, here are the definitions of what those terms actually mean. Pascal case starts with a capital and every word is capitalized. Camel case starts lowercase and then uppercase for the first letter of every other word, kind of like a camel hump in the middle. And snake case is where you add an underscore in between the words. Like I said, every rule can be valid. The important thing is that you are consistent in always following through with your rules. As you might know, Unity mono behaviors have some default functions you can implement, things like start and update, which are written using Pascal case. Since you can't really change Unity's rules, at least on function names, I would say you should base your rules off of theirs. So for functions, you should probably be using Pascal case. For the other rules, like I said, choose whatever makes sense to you. Here are some of my own always following through with your rules, which I would say you should base your rules off of theirs. So for functions, you should probably be using Pascal case. For the other rules, like I said, choose whatever makes sense to you. Here are some of my own personal rules that I've developed over the last 10 years and the code style that I will be following in this course. For functions, I use Pascal case, just like Unity and just like the C# standard. For function parameters, I use camel case. For fields, also camel case. Properties are in Pascal case. Constants are in uppercase snake case. Then another rule is that I like to add the type of the variable as a postfix. So if it's a
Your smartest moves start with Nivea Men Deep Deo. Get both fragrance and protection.
Yapulahleka zigilda sasekhini sisike sibonisa ukona kwethu nobuchakala bethu.